when it comes to that, not
Yeah.
the case. Okay, fine.
Defeated.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. Whatever you want. Are you ready?
Just 1 second.
Yep.
Good morning, everyone. Now live, we're streaming. Ms. Matias, you proceed with the executive review session.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for Tuesday, September 10th, 2024. For the record, Commissioner Sheta is joining us remotely. The first items up are the zoning calendar, continued hearing items 21, 2019, 256 BZ, 1508 Avenue Z, Brooklyn.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Based on the discussion from last hearing, which was held on May 6th, applicant has revised the SOE and the foundation design and the hardship cost associated with and the financial analysis, and with that revised set of plans and statement of findings. I think based on everything that I noticed, I think they have responded to the questions and comments and directions that the board had given. I want to hear from all the others. I would say, based on that, I'm satisfied with it. But I do want to hear from other commissioners. I'll start with Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also satisfied with this application and I have no further comments.
Great. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I want to say if Commissioner Sheta is satisfied that they've addressed his premium cost questions and his SOE questions, then I am fine with the financials that we did receive. I have no questions personally.
Okay, so let's then, thank you. Let's
Yeah.
go to Commissioner Sheta then.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank the applicant for being responsive, at least during the second half of the course of this application. They listened to us, they followed the suggestions that we provided, and the outcome is we started this application with the applicant requesting, if I recall, 14-story building. Now the building is much smaller, less massive, and it's feasible. So that's a good thing that they achieved with our suggestions. I want to say that yes, the answer is yes. They responded to most of the comments that were raised. They revised the plans, they revised the SOE and the foundation design. I did look at the financials. I would say there is nothing perfect. They responded to the majority of the comments I raised. There are some numbers that probably could have been fixed, but I wouldn't, at this point, I don't think even fixing this number would impact the outcome of this application, or at least my position on this application. So as of right now, I'm satisfied with the application. And again, I want to thank the applicant, and I'm glad that this application finally is moving in the right direction. Thank you.
So since Commissioner Sheta has no further questions that might modify the premium cost, then my analysis of the financials is that they have met the B and the E finding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. This is very helpful, and I know both of you did put in a lot of thoughts in yes?
Yeah, just the final point. I forgot it. Last hearing, I drew their attention to the transfer of the base shear at the bottom of the building. The structural engineer, I'm not sure if she was the structural engineer or the geotechnical engineer, but their engineer back then, I felt like they struggled responding to that. I'm still looking at the drawings, and this is out of our scope, of course. But if we do that, from the perspective of you see something, say something. So I do believe that transfer of the base shear at the bottom of the building need to be carefully looked at to avoid transfer of any base shear lateral forces to the existing retaining wall that's existing since whenever. So please take a look at that, take it seriously, and consider what we said during the last hearing. This is a disclaimer. It's not meant to be a review for whatever they submitted to us, but it's evident to me that it need to be carefully looked at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I would say whatever it's going to, however they do that will not change the overall analysis.
Yes.
Of our financials, the B finding or the E finding.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I found this submission to be responsive. The statement of facts, based on comments we had the last hearing, it tied in all the programmatic numbers and the adjustments to the total number of patients and staff expected, as well as tying in the parking analyses and the anticipated usage. So I wanted to thank the applicant for that. I also thought that the hard cost appeared to be much more proportional between the as of right and the proposed. There were some significant changes made between the prior hard cost and the current one. And a notable cost difference between the former and the current. But I find that it's a more conservative and more proportional analysis than was previously given. The only comment I have is an administrative one, and it's that we didn't get an updated DOB objection, or at least I can't find one in the file. The one that is there is from 2019 and includes building height as one of the waivers being sought, but the application is no longer seeking building height, so I believe we need an updated DOB objection.
Yeah, typically in such situations, when they go from extreme to less extreme, we do not ask for the DOB objection.
I see. Okay, when it's a
To be-
reduction of
yeah.
waivers? Okay,
It's only when there's an increase to it is when we ask for the DOB
Okay.
objection.
great. Then I have nothing further. I'm satisfied with the application.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. And I really want to thank Commissioner Otley Brown and Commissioner Sheta, and of course, our team, Tracy, Jella, Chase, Carlo, for working with the applicant and the applicant's team being responsive to all the comments and the directions and the analysis provided throughout the process. So thank you very much. I think I do want to say, after saying all the great things, we still have outstanding issue, which is SECRA. SECRA needs to be addressed. So once we crossed a big hurdle there. Okay. Oh, yes, Ms. Benke.
That's all I was gonna say.
Yes, I know that that's moving along, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes.
Item number 2023-26 BZ 3002 Farragut Road, Brooklyn.
I'm just going through my notes, just scrolling. So at the June 10th hearing, board was overall satisfied with this application. There were minor corrections that were required, and the applicant needed to revise the EAS and also respond to DEP comments with regards to phase 2 work plan and HASP. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Benke.
DEP did approve their work plan and HASP, so we are just waiting for the phase 2 testing.
Okay, DEP did approve. They did approve that. So.
Yes. Sorry, you're cutting in and out a little bit.
Wait,
Yeah, I hear that backbeat or something.
Huh. So DEP, can you hear me now?
Yes.
To like literally gobble the phone, the microphone. So DEP did approve the HASP, and we are waiting for the phase 2 work plan.
They approved both the work plan and the HASP, so they're going to do the phase 2 testing next. And I think the last I heard, they were going to submit that soon.
Okay, all right. So that's great. So we do have an approved work plan and HASP. Okay. So we did get a revised DOB objection stating that in this case, Commissioner Yoon going, because that was the previous one was for variance, this one was for a special permit.
Right.
So that's why the objection had to be revised. But other than that, applicant can provide an update on the status of the phase 2 testing. I think that's the only outstanding. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions, just a bit of house cleaning. I'm not sure if it's been updated, but our original lineup had this as June 11th, but I do think you are correct. It was June 10th, the hearing,
Okay. All right.
and I have nothing further to say.
Okay, we will correct that. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no additional comments or questions.
thank you. Commissioner Shetta,
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add. I see that they responded to most of the comments. Hopefully, phase 2 will be wrapped up soon and we'll move it forward. Thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Yoon,
Thank you. I have no comments.
thank you.
Item number 23, 2023, 55 BC, 149-20 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. So first of all, please note that the applicant is maintaining its current application under the pre-ZEO text. This is consistent with the BSA admin notice that was issued regarding the special permit use vesting. At the last hearing, which was held on June 11th, the outstanding issue was the location of the curb cut, the MTA bus stop location, and this was all to address the safety, a safe maneuverability to and from the site, especially at the. I don't have the map in front of me. I think it's at the corner, right-hand corner of the site, if I'm looking at the site plan. In a letter dated 8/22, MTA stated that it preferred to keep the bus stop pole close to the original location and was okay with putting the bus stop pole between the two driveways. And that was one outstanding issue because that would have affected the how much of the existing curb cut would have to be widened at that right side corner. So in response to DOT's comments, plans have been revised to include a 4-foot high 4-foot high diameter steel bollard as a permanent means of protecting pedestrians from vehicles driving on the sidewalk. Also, based on earlier DOT comments, plastic delineator highway barriers along Rockaway Boulevard for a linear length of 94.5 feet has been added to the plan. We are still waiting for DOT to respond to the revised set of plans. Ms. Benke, is there any update on that?
Sorry, not at this time. They have to distribute it to all the other units. So there's no update right now.
Thank you. So I think we were waiting mostly for that, and that's a critical part of the finding, and we need that. Vice Chair Shibata, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. No further comments from me.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional comment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta? I can't hear you, Commissioner Shetta.
Yep. Sorry. I realized. Just to correct the record, the bowlers are 4 feet high and 4-inch diameter steel pipes. Yeah.
4-inch, right?
Yeah, 4-inch diameter, yes. And I saw that they changed the use group, they fixed the use group in the zoning analysis. They revised the statement of facts and they provided a response to the DOT. So hopefully DOT will be done soon. I have no further comments to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to state that since DOT asked the applicant to provide these 4-foot high, 4-inch diameter steel bollard, I think going forward, when we do ask applicants to consider providing bollards, this should be our
Standard.
standard because this is a city standard. There's no reason for us to deviate. So please take a note on that. And project
4 foot, 4
manager.
inches,
Yeah, a 4-foot high, 4-inch diameter,
4-inch diameter,
a steel bollard.
steel bollard.
And they should be concrete filled. And they
Right.
should have enough embedment in the ground. So 4 feet high is the height above grade.
Right, I think DOT may have it specified in the standard book, so we should look at what the DOT standard is and apply that.
We apply that.
So let's look
list
at
of
that
sample-
and we can circulate amongst ourselves. Thank you. All right,
Move on.
yeah,
Item number 24, 2023-58 BZ, 19718 Hillside Avenue, Queens.
just give me. Okay, sorry. So at the last hearing that was held on 6/11, board had asked for clarification regarding sound measures, lumen analysis, adding notes to the plan regarding signage, landscaping. And as I understand it, DOT review is still underway. So again, in this one also, the applicant is proposing to maintain its current application under a pre-ZEO zoning text. And this is consistent with the BSA admin notice regarding the special permit use vesting. So the applicant has revised the plans, included a lumen plan. My only comment in this one is that all the renderings of the pylon sign do not match the plan in terms of where it is placed on the site. If you look at all the renderings, it seems the pylon footing is located outside the property line, which is not consistent with the plan. It should be within the property line. So please correct the renderings. And I don't know if we have received any latest update from DOT on this, Ms. Benke?
They're still reviewing this project.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
I don't believe I have any other comments. Did we already speak about the letter from the council majority whip?
Hold on.
I'm trying to
just-
find it to see the date.
Yeah, actually, this is something I do not see on my. We do not have a community vote on this one. I don't
Really?
see it on my record. Did I not take the note? I just want to see 202358.
The last note I have is from the initial hearing from April, where they said they didn't have a quorum at the meeting when they did meet with them. And they met with the land use committee earlier this year. But
Right,
because there was no
so,
quorum, we didn't get a vote.
okay, so we do need a community board, so please reach out to the community board and ask them about the status. Project manager, please do reach out to the community board and ask them for a status of the hearing on this. We do need the community board, but I don't see on our
Councilmember-
submissions.
Brooks Powers, I'm looking for her letter.
She did submit something?
It's my understanding that she did.
So all I have, according to our file, we have a letter of objection.
That was from a neighbor.
That was from a neighbor.
Maybe
There
she
was
did-
a letter on a different case. I'm not sure if that's what you're thinking of.
Then we have a letter of support. Those are the two things I see on the file.
Okay, I'll look into it.
Yeah. Can you-
Howard is the last name, Brooks Howard.
Yeah, I think Brooks Powers is,
Powers, Powers.
That's what I have in my notes.
See. Yes,
And you do see it?
but that's on Sylvana and Brooks
I'm
Power.
sorry,
That came in on Merrick
that
Boulevard.
is for Merrick.
Yeah,
I'm
raising,
sorry about that.
yeah, wrong
Okay.
case.
All right.
Yeah.
But we do need, yes, yeah, but we do need the community board vote. So please reach out to the community board. Okay, sorry, Ms. Otley, Commissioner Otley Brown.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, Commissioner Sheta.
Muted.
Yep, again, sorry, my bad. Yeah, I looked at the submission. I see that they added the north arrow on the plans and the survey. They added the note regarding the AVC and they put the sign for the no turn. They also provided a luminous spread and they clarified about the installation of the AVC. So I'm satisfied with the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, next case.
Item number 25, 2024-02BZ, 56 Brighton, 11th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, and the applicant submitted a letter of withdrawal without prejudice. We received this letter on September 6th. So I then make a motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Bridges. Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application is withdrawn. New cases, item number 26, 2024-18BZ, 15805 Union Turnpike, Queens.
Okay, we received a proof of initial filing and hearing notice. Community Board has voted to approve this application. We also received 3 letters of support. And our project manager did reach out to the Community Board regarding the post-ZEO special permit because when it was at Community Board, it was under the previous pre-ZEO special permit, and the applicant is furthering this application under the new special permit 73311. Just wanted to ensure if their vote still holds their recommendations. This application is to permit an accessory drive-through to permit an as-of-right eating and drinking establishment pursuant to special permit 73-311 at the subject site. There is a history on this site. The site was approved by BSA for a drive-through accessory drive-through facility for an eating and drinking establishment in 2004. The applicant is proposing to improve the site and modify some of the circulation. So I will just jump straight to the findings. With regards to finding 1, the applicant is providing 4 reservoir spaces plus 16 accessory parking spaces. So it does meet the minimum 10 automobile threshold requirement. With regards to item number 2, the drive-through, it is regarding that the drive-through facility will not create or contribute to serious traffic congestion and will not unduly inhibit surface traffic and pedestrian flow. So I have some questions on this. The proposed facility will limit vehicular access and exit to the site only along Parsons and will close the existing curb cut on Union Turnpike. This will minimize conflict with the bus lane and the bus stop that is located at the corner of Union Turnpike and Parsons. However, limiting the vehicular circulation only to Parsons Boulevard, would it not put more vehicular flow on Parsons Boulevard and the bus stop fronting on Parsons Boulevard that is located between the 2 curb cuts? So while providing 14 reservoir spaces is good, The 14th vehicle on the queue, as shown on the plan, will be blocking the entry of the vehicles entering to access the 16 parking spaces, accessory parking spaces. So this will result in spillover and will cause pedestrian conflict. So that needs to be resolved. Also, would the elimination of access from Union Turnpike result in more more vehicles turning from Union to Parson to access this facility? With regards to finding three, sorry, I think it's ABC. It goes by alphabetical, not numerical. With regards to finding C, the character of commercial district, both frontages of Union Turnpike and Parsons Boulevard have local retail, and both streets are two-way active roadways with active bus routes. And since both the frontages have similar intensity of commercial use and traffic and bus routes, my question is, what was the reason for orienting the accessway only to Parsons Boulevard? With regards to finding D, the drive-through facility shall not have an undue adverse impact on residences within the immediate area. The applicant is proposing a 6-foot-high vinyl fence along the northern lot line abutting a 3-story mixed-use residential building. And the combination of existing high walls abutting the site and a 6-foot-high fence that will address the illumination from the headlights as shown on the Lumen plan. According to the traffic data, the maximum number of vehicles at the site would be 170, which is combining entrance and exit total, during a weekday morning peak, of which 104 vehicles are attributed to the drive-through. Also, of the total 170 vehicles, 88 are new trips. So based on 221 SECRA manual, the projected traffic volume would be less than the threshold causing an air quality impact, which also goes through the finding, goes to responding to finding D. So with regards to finding E, that there will be adequate buffering and screening between the drive-through and the adjacent residential. This, as I said, the site would be improved with the high vinyl fence and existing high walls. In addition, the site will be improved with landscaping along the site lot lines and along Union Turnpike. A 4-foot-high aluminum fence is proposed along Union Turnpike and part of Parsons at the corner. This will all I want to add to that is that need to ensure that the planting along the northern and the eastern lot line will be shade tolerant plants because there are taller buildings around it. And applicant needs to dimension the planting bed width on sheet Z009, indicate the depth of the soil and provide curb along the planting area. Proposed placement of the menu board facing a 4-story high wall will minimize the noise impact to the abutting residential use. And this is a solid wall. It doesn't have any windows facing it. I do want the applicant to confirm the menu board will have AVC. It will, and it needs to be indicated on the plan. So those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments and I have nothing to add.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
I just would like a little more clarification as to the landscaping on the northern lot line, because it looks as if there's a space that could be about 40 feet in length where there's practically nothing and they're just relying on the fence.
Okay.
And to me, in addition to just giving us some extra possibility for muting sounds that are not just menu-driven sounds, but people's radios and all sorts of things like that, it also would make it, to me, a lot more beautiful. It would beautify that area that's closest to the residents.
Okay.
It could be that there are some notes there that are blocking it. It's kind of hard for me to make out. So if they could just show me.
Okay.
Basically, blow it up and show
Yeah,
me.
during the hearing, they can
Mhm.
walk us through that. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. My first comment is please indicate type of immediately adjacent uses on the plan. This should be typical for every like drive-through project that they give us the adjacent, whether it's residential or commercial. That
Well, they
would
do
be
provide
helpful for us.
So they do provide a radius map which shows the land use around the immediate area.
Yes, I'm talking about the site plan itself. It would be more helpful instead of swinging between two plans. If it's shown in the plan, adjacent four-story brick, comma residential or comma commercial would be very helpful to us instead of like looking at like two different plans at a time. So that's one thing. I suggest, and I need to share my screen on that to explain myself. Give me 1 second. First of all, I don't think they didn't mention anything about an AVC, and I'm not sure if their intention is to use an AVC. Maybe because the building up to here, that part of the building has a plain, solid wall going all the way up. So it's against the menu board. That's what they believe. But I do believe that the distance from the menu board, which is right here, to like end of that solid wall, can still allow sound to travel to adjacent residential. So I have a suggestion for them. If possible, they can pull this menu board further south a little bit, if that's feasible. If not, I believe that an AVC would be a must, and it should be utilized. That's one thing. Regarding the lumen, I saw some mounted light units on the building. I'm not sure what plan is that. On that side, I do believe that they need to like put some shielding. If you look at the lumen spread, I've seen some like numbers in their own analysis that exceed 2.0 at the, right here. So the numbers are like 2.4 and there are 2.6, I believe, 2.9 maybe, if I can see it right. So that need to be like addressed.
Just 1 second, can you just show that screen? The reason I did not raise it because that particular frontage of Parson Boulevard has ground floor commercial use. And this is a mixed use, so it has a 1-story commercial and I think there are residentials above. And
That building,
yes.
that one.
Right, so what I was not sure, and the applicant should clarify it, if the lumen count is factoring in some of the existing lights coming from this site.
This is a computer analysis. It doesn't factor in the lights that's coming from the adjacent side. This is not measurements.
But I do see the in front of the lot line, it is at 1.4, 2.2, 2.3. And it drops to 0 beyond that. Okay. And we had said 2 is the lowest it needs to be. So it's they need to bring it a little bit down, need to shield a little bit.
Yes, and the only way for them to bring it down is whether to like put the lights down or maybe shield them. I thought that shielding is the better way since this is new construction. So it's much easier for them to get what they are looking for and in the meantime shield the lights. I thought it's the easier way to do.
Okay.
Do you need my screen anymore?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. My next comment is regarding violations. I haven't seen like any response to violations in the statement of facts. If they can address that. And I have a concern. I understand even if they add an AVC and they pull the menu board, like I said, further south if possible. I do have a concern regarding the cars, especially passing past that portion of the plain solid wall when they come to like the shorter kind of wall. That cars are very close, and I couldn't read the distance between like the center line of the car and the fence. If they can show that, and if they can explain to us how they're gonna mitigate the noise, not from the menu board, but from the cars itself. Probably by some signage, asking the drivers to like keep the radio off, speak the neighbors. That's one of the ways that could be used, but I'm open to listen to them, how they're gonna handle that. That's all what I have for now. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thanks. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. Let's see. So maybe I probably missed it, but I was unclear if they're renovating the existing building or demolishing and building new. The existing condition site plan on Z001 states that it's a one-story masonry building Starbucks. So if you could correct the existing condition, because obviously it's not the Starbucks yet, and clarify whether it's going to be a brand new build or if it's a renovation of the existing. And then I went to the site and I have some photos that I can share. Let's see. So this is the existing neighbor to the west, where we were just talking about with Commissioner Sheta, where that light is coming in at 2.9. So there's the light fixture, presuming, I'm not sure if they're keeping the same, but then here's the one-story commercial and the residential is set back a bit. And I'm just showing this to see if it helps give us a better sense of how much shielding we need to do. So this is a view of the driveway and the planting strip there and the temporary construction fence above, where they're proposing this 6-foot high vinyl fence. So one clarification I wanted is the fence going to run the full length of this lot line, or is it just where the wall is low? And do we want a vinyl fence there, or if we're going to go for 6 feet, do we want something that would be more noise blocking where this plywood currently is? Just because it is a commercial neighbor to the west, but the residential is directly above that. So if they're putting up a fence, do we want to add sound attenuation to that in this small chunk where the wall is low?
I think there should be sound attenuation along that stretch also.
Yeah, yeah. And I was thinking, again, I'm not sure if the fence would be needed where you just have the blank wall of the single-story commercial, but we certainly need something here in this part where it's dividing the two lots.
Mhm.
And then I wanted to show, let's see, and this is the view of the north lot line condition. So we've got a blank wall for the residential building and then the existing plantings there. So it does appear that they're continuous now, but that doesn't speak to what they're proposing to do. Anyway, so just wanted to show that. Let's see.
They're continuous there, but as they go around the back, they're sparse. And I thought that was the northern lot line. I didn't realize that was the
Yeah,
western.
Yeah.
I thought that was I thought that was the northern.
Am I
And
reading?
the other one was the western. I could be wrong, but I
Yes,
thought
this
that-
is the northern. That's correct. The one with the plywood is the northern, according to
I had it rotated in my brain. Sorry.
according to the north arrow on the plan. This is the northern.
I
Can I
apologize.
say something about the noise for this side specifically?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I do believe that.
Before you say anything, I want to find out if Commissioner Yoon has.
Yep, thank you.
Let's see.
Commissioner Yoon, please.
My only, I think that's the extent of my comments here. But I'm sorry about this is the northern lot line that we're looking at now. My
Okay.
apologies.
And so there is a solid wall after that construction fence that is more than 8 foot high and it wraps around along the rear, which also seems to be more than 8 foot.
Same height, and then it even goes up.
Then it goes further up. I don't know if the drawings were that.
There's a break.
There's a
there,
break
though.
there.
Is there a
in
break?
the back.
You can't
Yeah.
really see it, but you.
So
see
it would
this-
be helpful if the applicant can provide a rear lot line condition because I was basing it on the Google Street View and whatever photos were provided. It wasn't very clear it wasn't clear to me from those photos how the rear lot line was being treated. So Commissioner Yoon, thank you for taking these photos. It is much it is more helpful from that. Anything else that? Commissioner
That
Young?
was all I had. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Shetta.
Yeah, regarding the noise at that side with the plywood, I don't think placing the key resolution here is not placing an acoustical fence, in my opinion. I believe it's controlling the noise from the cars. Even if they put a acoustical fence and there are noise, the fence will block the noise that's traveling to the lowest portion of the adjacent building height, which is commercial. That's gonna travel either near horizontal or maybe at 45-degree, depending on the dimensions. But beyond that, the fence would be ineffective, which is the residential portion of the adjacent building. I would say that they need like an operation plan to make sure that cars driving in this part of the drive-through are controlling their radius, their honks, no noise that's like intruding on the adjacent lot from above the fence. So for me, whether the fence is acoustical or not, it's not going to change a lot. If the fence is acoustical and they have noise from the cars, it's going to travel upward. The fence is not going to block it.
Typical, I mean, the acoustic, in this case, the fence is going to be over 8 foot high. I think that's what the applicant is proposing, right? That's what I have it in my, no, a 6 foot high,
fence.
6 foot high vinyl fence. So is being proposed. So maybe if it is 8 foot, that would
Yeah.
provide further block, that would block the sound traverse more.
Definitely, yes. Agreed.
I'm showing this side of this view of the fence, which is, propped up pretty badly right now, but I was thinking a masonry addition to the existing low curb would provide the sound attenuation and something aesthetically pleasing for the neighborhood.
Mhm.
Be something solid up to 8 feet, both here and in the gap between the two buildings in the back. And that way we'd have a solid masonry wall that's 8 feet high at minimum, all the way down the length of what is the northern lot line.
Yeah, this is a little patchy. I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
And I just think masonry would be superior to a vinyl fence in this case.
Okay. Okay.
Item number 20, sorry, are we on 28? 27. 2024-22 BZ 1780 Grand Concourse, the Bronx.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. Community Board did approve this application. This is an application for an enlargement of an existing 6-story commercial and a community facility building at the subject site, which is located within the Special Grand Concourse Preservation District, and the subject site is designated as a commercial infill site within this special district. And that is one of the reasons why this waiver is being requested. The applicant is seeking a waiver of sections 122-30, which is the special bulk regulations within the Special Grand Concourse Preservation District, for buildings located in R8X blocks. This particular building has been identified as a designated site and is requesting for the waiver. So I just want to kind of read out the waiver requirement. The waiver, the current regulation limits the addition, limits community facility floor area, and the lot coverage on the corner lot, and the applicant is proposing to enlarge a portion of it, and that is why seeking the waiver. I just have a couple of clarification. I think overall this is the application based on what's been presented is reasonable in my mind, barring the financial. I do have some questions, but couple of house cleaning. The documents and the plans need to be consistent in describing the number of stories of the existing building. Because of this enormous grade change between the Grand Concourse and Morris Avenue, I think we are using different measurements of what is a cellar, what is the number of floors. So there needs to be a uniform description of that and needs to be explained right off the bat in describing the site. Use one reference point for describing it, and it would be helpful to provide more clarity in describing the grade difference. Because that really is one of the uniqueness of this site, which is why that placement of the elevator bank is being proposed. The existing building on lot 14 has 9 floors, 6 above the base plane and 3 levels below the plane, as I understand it, which includes basement, cellar, and subcellar along Morris Avenue, and access from Grand Concourse is at the 3rd floor. So with regards to the findings of 7221, the applicant is basically citing the obsolescence of the building. The building is very old, and there are obsolete elevators and internal configurations that does not allow for a solution to replace these elevators, not only a temporary one or even probably a permanent. And so because of that, the applicant is proposing to use the small vacant portion to provide all the vertical circulation for majority of the floors. The finance, so I do think it meets the uniqueness. I just want to make it very clear. With regards to the financing, I thought it was a very new approach. I've not seen this approach, so it's kind of new to me. So I really do want to hear what Commissioner Otley Brown has to say. So I will reserve my opinion on that. With regards to neighborhood character, it really does not. The addition of that a 25-foot vacant site, it's not going to change the character. It's actually going to create a very nice uniform street wall along Grand Concourse. So I think it's, I do not have an issue with the neighborhood character, and self-created in this case. I'm not sure if our typical title of ownership study is needed. It has been one site that has been operating for a long time, so I don't think we need one. But I'm open to any suggestions otherwise. And with regards to minimal, again, financial is a big part of it, addressing the minimal. I do want to say that there is inconsistency in the statement of fact document regarding the proposed floor area. On page 7, it states 6,532 square foot addition, whereas page 12 states 4,788 square foot. But barring the financial, I do think the ask is minimal and is well justified. But I want to hear what Commissioner Otley Brown has to say. I did find the elevator report very helpful in this matter. Vice Chair Shibata.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the A finding in that this site is unique and it is in its obsolescence, particularly with regard to the obsolete and unsafe elevators. I do believe that this does cause a hardship, but I want to defer to Commissioner Otley Brown to make a record on the financial issues. I do not see any issue with the C or D findings, and while I do believe that this is not a very large ask, the E finding will be dependent on the what my colleagues find with regard to the financials. I have nothing further. I do believe that they are meretricious of variance, but to what degree I think is based on the finding.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I agree with the two of you that this project has met the A finding, C finding, and D finding. And as for the B and E finding, while I do believe you can make these findings, I think that this report as submitted to us is far more complicated than it needs to be. I feel that the big picture here is basically that it is more feasible to construct new space outside of the building to provide the core and the lobby than it is to reallocate rent generating space within the building to create a new core and staircase, which would leave the building, number one, with less rentable space after construction than before, but also would necessitate a more complicated construction involving retrofitting, filling in floors, and also cutting floors in new places to create a new core. I think that that could simply be done by giving us a site value starting of land plus depreciated building. Far easier for us to understand than a building residual approach that isn't really grounded in anything. So to have a residual analysis for site value, you need to know one thing. You need to either know the land value or you need to know the building value. And this analysis is assuming both the land and the building value. And so therefore, it's hard to understand whether their residual analysis of the building value is correct, especially since it does go against appraisal theory. So I'm trying to do this as quickly as possible, but also
Take your
being
time.
detailed.
I think everything relies on what you're saying. So
Okay, so the
Go ahead.
analyst is calculating a property value that is based on an existing rent roll. An existing rent roll that we don't really have an understanding of whether or not that reflects actual market condition. It's just the existing contracts that are in place, most of which look to be below market and a couple of them way below market. And there's no understanding about what those leases represent. Do they represent leases that have additional real estate escalations, real estate tax escalations associated with it? Are they triple net leases? There's no information given as to the leases. It's just square footage and price per square footage. That's all we're given. So that's problematic in and of itself. But then once they calculate that building value, they're then saying that in order to get the residual, once they calculate the property value, in order to get the residual building value, they have to deduct what they consider to be the land value. When you look at what they deduct from that total, it is a $1 million price tag that basically is loan end fee and also mortgage recording tax. And there's nothing else comprising that $1 million value. And there's no discussion as to why that represents a land value. Not only that, we're looking at a building that is 100 years old, which the whole premise of the variant is basically that this building suffers from a good deal of obsolescence in its circulation that needs to be remedied. Therefore, when you apply appraisal theory to this kind of analysis, you generally show that as a building gets older, it takes up less of the proportion of total value, and the land gets more of a proportional total value. And in this case, it's the exact opposite. They're giving 90% of this property value is going towards the building, and you would only have that if the building was brand new, and it isn't. So as the building gets older, total value shifts from the building to the land. That's not happening here. And so I'm not quite sure why, but it's too complicated. It would be much simpler if you use land sales, adjust the land sales, give us a land value, calculate a replacement cost new building based on construction costs, and then depreciate it for its obsolescence, its physical age, its economic age. Then you'll have a site value. Then you can move on from there. Next big issue I have with this is that for the existing and the as of right and the proposed, it should be fairly simple in terms of the rentable square footage, because that's the whole argument you're really making. So if the existing rentable square footage is 10,000, your argument is that if I have to proceed as of right, I'm going to have less rentable square footage because I have to cut into the space to create a core. So then the as of right square footage should be less than the existing. And then the proposed square footage where you're constructing something that isn't going to be rented outside of the building should at least restore the rentable square footage to what the existing square footage is. Then we would buy the argument. It would make sense. That's not what happens here. The existing square footage is 251,300 square feet. The as of right square footage goes up to 252,000 square feet. And then the proposed square footage, rentable square footage goes up to 257,000 square feet. And so I'm not quite sure what's going on there, and they don't explain it, but it certainly runs counter to the overall argument. Then I have a problem with the comparables and the income used for the as of right and the proposed. And they give us a whole list of comparables. They give us comparables for community facility rent, they give us comparables for retail, and they give us comparables for office, and they give us comparables for the parking. And then they deviate from the comparables in all of the scenarios except for the retail, because of apparently there isn't a retail tenant, although I did drive by and there is a retail tenant now. But anyway, they deviate from all of those, even though they're adjusting the comparables. And that should suggest what the income should be for the as of right and the proposed, yet they're going back to the rent roll as if there's going to be no growth whatsoever. And they're saying, this suggests $45 a square foot, but my existing rent roll is $35 a square foot, so I'm going to use 35. This suggests $30 a square foot, I'm going to go to 25 because that's my existing rent roll. And those aren't the rules of appraisal. Appraisal is not based on what is existing in this point of time in this particular project, because that's not the idea of value. The idea of value is that it could be suggested by other actions going on in the market that are similarly affecting their price that would affect yours as well. So I don't even know why they're doing it. And then most especially for the parking spaces, they say that the parking rent comparable average is $226 per month per space. And then they go on to say that they're going to use an existing parking rent that the parking operator is giving to the landlord that's only $5 a square foot. They don't say anything else about it. They don't say how many parking spaces are in the building. I haven't found that in any of the financial documents. And they don't say how income per space per month translates to income per square foot. So we can even judge whether or not they're accurately representing what parking income would be in this building. And so that's the problem I have with that. And then we move on to hard and soft construction costs. The hard and soft construction costs seem low when you set them against the gross square footage of the building. But when you understand the fact that the entire building is not being redone, but just a small portion of it is, and you try and isolate the square footage that's actually being affected within the as of right, and then also the proposed, the price per square foot is exorbitant. So for instance, for the proposed, which is adding just 5,000 square feet to the building, it ends up coming out to $2,236 a square foot. And I have not heard of that. This is for a proposed, it's being constructed outside of the building. It doesn't have any complications associated with the building. Why is it so high? Then when you look at the as of right to see what that amount comes out to, when I look at the plans, it looks as if they're adding about 3,000 square feet of construction. They're not adding it. They're actually working on 3,000 square feet of existing space. But when you look at their contractor's letter, it says that they're working on 19,000 square feet of space. So to me, there's a disconnect between what the contractor is saying and what I see on the plans. That discrepancy has to be discussed and explained, because it does make a big difference in terms of the price per square foot for the construction. And we're trying to figure out whether they're using a reasonable price or a very high price. So being that I have that many questions, I'm looking for a completely new financial when we get a next set of documents, but one that's actually going to focus on what I say the big picture is, because it could be made so simple. This is something that's very simple argument to make. And if you don't get bogged down in all of these different details, they should have no problem making the B and the E finding. Because actually the square footage that they're proposing is de minimis when set against the amount of square footage of this extremely large building of 189,000 square feet. 5,000 square feet is nothing.
Nothing.
So,
And you pointed out something very interesting in the as of right. The cost of doing an as of right, as you said, it not only takes away the rentable spaces, it disrupts the operation. You would have to find tenants to relocate elsewhere, adds to the cost of construction, you're losing rent rolls. There is, so there are a lot of other associated costs that would add to the cost and of the as of right. And whereas the proposed, you can do it in isolation where you can maintain, and while you can maintain the as of right operation to the extent possible and minimize that. And
not only that, one could argue that it will add value to the project because with brand new elevators, your rent should go up when you do renegotiate your rents because you've modernized your building.
right,
So, and this is really supposed to be talking about the end product, not the fact that, oh, I have old leases. It's supposed to be talking about what you're going to get after you modernize the
Okay.
building.
okay. Yeah, I think thank you for enlightening us on that. I did find it was very unusual approach. I've not seen that approach, but yeah, I think what you're explaining seems like a much simpler and cleaner way of getting to what, and it's directly associated with the obsolescence argument.
Right.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I do believe that the project, the application meets the A findings. The B is still up in the air, so they need to work on it. I don't think C is a problem, that the building is the building. There's no change that's gonna impact the character of the neighborhood. And again, D is fine for me. I don't think this is self-created. And I believe the ask is reasonable, so I'm not anticipating that E would be a problem. My comments are very, very few. Number one, the inconsistency, especially in the statement of facts. Yes, that I have seen the same numbers you saw, Chair, the 6,000 and change for the enlargement size. While this is page 1 on the statement, page 11 indicates about 4,800 square feet. So that need to be looked at. I haven't seen them address violations. So if there's any violation, please address that in the statement of facts. And the remaining comment is, I understand that they submitted a report to evaluate the existing elevators and come up with like suggestions / recommendations for what to do to modernize them. I would like them to elaborate a little bit. I know that they took some excerpts from that elevator report and put in the statement of facts, but more important is what is the impact of these existing elevators being considered obsolete and kind of like old-fashioned and not efficient? What is the impact of that on the operation of the building and the effectiveness of the use of the building? And this is actually the hardship. So yes, they indicated that the report concluded that these elevators are kind of old, they are slow, there are more than 1,000 people moving in and moving out from that building. But operation-wise, efficiency-wise, financial-wise, I would say, hardship-wise, it's not clear, at least for me. I'm not sure if it's clear for the rest of the commissioners. With that, I conclude my comments, and I don't think that should be a problem for them to address. Thank you.
And thank
Sure.
I just wanted to say there was one other issue with the big picture versus what I'm seeing in the report. If that big picture analysis is correct, the as of right income, rentable space, and also the as of right income is actually higher than the existing rent roll. And then that also runs counter to your argument, because your argument is that if I have to convert rentable income and rentable space that generates income into core that doesn't generate income, shouldn't you show a loss in income from the existing and not a gain? Because if you're showing me a gain, then I'm like, why do you even need us then?
Right.
So, and I think part of that has to do with the fact that they're using their rent roll, which may have escalations. And that's problematic. It's just muddying the waters, and sorry to take even more time, but I just saw that and was like, oops, I didn't add that in. So.
Right. I just, thank you. I actually, I found the VDA report very, very helpful. It was very thorough, and I think the statement of fact can do better by extracting information from that to support the argument of uniqueness. So one of the first of all, the VDA report very clearly identified that the existing elevator A is not ADA compliant to accommodate the stretchers. Then it talked about the traffic analysis, that every building, that the elevator in the buildings are structured so that the population of floors 1 to 4, 5, and 6 is served by car A, and the floors 7 through 8 are served by elevators car B and C. So there's like too many movements going on from one elevator to the other. And a single existing elevator car A serving the population just floors 1 to 6 fails to meet the design criteria, and to serve this population on floors 1 to 6, a minimum of 3 elevators are required. And that to me was a very conclusory and clear layout. And I think that needs to be carried out in the statement of fact, because there are too many jumps in the elevators that's happening unless you clearly say. And if you want to maintain the flexibility of tenancy where there one tenant that's occupying multiple floors, you do want one set of elevators that is providing access to all of them. But also I think given that you do not have ADA compliant elevators, it would make sense to have one uniform one that accesses all the floors. So in that, the VDA report also recommended that a minimum of 3 elevators, 2 3,005 pounds and 1 4,000-pound elevator operating at a speed of 350 FPM and working in a group during all peak period if all the existing elevators and the existing car A be used to divert some of the traffic during peak hours. The new 4,000-pound would be a stretcher and would be a compliant elevator, and it would serve then also the cellar floor. So I thought this was a very good, I'm just extracting things from it for me to understand, and I thought this was very helpful. So I think the applicant should lay it out. And I also it would be very helpful in the statement of fact. The applicant says, these are the existing elevators and these elevators serve floors this to this, this to that. In the as of right, it would only serve floors these to these. And C, in the proposed, it would serve, elevator A will serve so many floors, B, so many, and that would, it can be done in a very simple tabulated way, and you can kind of follow where the critical connections are. I think it's a very simple application. It is a difficult building to explain. But I think the information just needs to be spelled out clearly, and the financing, as Commissioner Otley Brown very clearly laid out, can be simplified. And then I think that should respond to the B and the E finding. But I think overall, sorry, Commissioner Yoon, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
No,
don't have-
no,
I don't-
I'm not going to say anymore.
Yeah, that's all right. I agree with you, Chair, that barring the B finding and the financial analysis, all the other findings were met. I also thought the VDA report was extremely thorough and anticipated a lot of contemplated a lot of different scenarios, and the building needs this update, should and would be a vast improvement, not just for modernizing the building, but of course for life safety and for access to a stretcher car. I have no further comments.
Thank you. I just have one question, Commissioner Otley Brown. So when you were talking about they use the existing rent at a moment in time, whereas there are a lot of time, these long-term leases where there's price escalation built in over a period of time. that gets kind of nicely analyzed through a comp. And that's, just so I understand, this more for an academic exercise.
You mean how it should be done?
Yeah,
What you should be doing, because it's basically considered a new project, you should be building up the new project for what it can do. That's what we're asking. We're not asking for you to give us what actually is going on at this moment in time based on your own contracts. We don't know why those contracts were negotiated the way they were. And so you can't base the value of this project and have it be hard to say, but a validated value unless you can test it against the market to see how accurate it's reflecting the market. And in this case, you're showing me comparables that are a little higher than what you actually have going on here. And so that's problematic. Yes, I understand it's going to take a while for them to get to those prices, but we're trying to judge whether or not something is feasible, and it has to be independent of what particularly is going on here. And this, and using the existing rent roll is giving it's giving a benefit to the owner in this case because they happen to be below market, but that's not how appraisals are done. So for instance, even in Department of Finance, when they're calculating a value, and I know this because I used to work there, when they're calculating a value for a building, they're looking at the existing rent roll in an RPIE, but if it's falling out of the range of where the rent roll should be, they're then filling that income in with the exact rent, with the comparable rents. They're not allowing you to say, well, I'm way below market, therefore make my value of my property much lower than my neighbors. When you're looking at literally identical buildings, it's just one has the benefit of being able to negotiate sooner than the other one.
got it. Thank you. Thank you.
To move on.
Yes.
Item number 28, 2024, 24BZ.
We received proof of initial filing.
1224 Avenue V Brooklyn, sorry.
Sorry. We received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. Community board has voted to approve this application. This is an application for an enlargement of an existing single-family semi-detached home pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-22, located at the subject site in Community Board 15 in an R4 zoning district. The applicant is seeking a waiver of FAR, open space, lot coverage, rear yard, and side yard. So this is an interior lot, which is 20 foot wide. And I have one question with regards to the existing. I need to understand what is the existing perimeter wall height. I understand the full building height is 21 foot 5 inches. The site is not in a flood zone. With regards to the finding, in terms of the basic threshold, the existing perimeter wall, both on the first and the second floor is going to be retained more than 50%. So that's great. With regards to the findings, the study, the FAR study shows that that 0.5 FAR for existing building, but it is not matching the statement of fact of the zoning chart. So please do correct all the documents accordingly. And the FAR study shows that the 16 existing homes exceed 1.2 FAR. So the FAR in the study area is generally above the permitted FAR of 0.75. So the proposal is to enlarge the building to 1.27 FAR. With regards to the rear yard, the building along Avenue V have retained a rear yard ranging from 20 to 40 feet. So these are the buildings that are along V. So, and the abutting homes have a, one abutting home has a 20-foot rear yard. So I think what the applicant is proposing based on the FAR and the rear yard study, I think is within the context, but do need to fix some of the inconsistency in the documents. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you. I agree with the statements you made. I don't believe this is a tremendous ask, and I believe that the applicant could achieve this. The one thing I didn't see is I did see a streetscape, but I was wondering if the height of this building is significantly larger, the proposed building is significantly larger than the homes, either across the street or next to it.
Hold on, let me just look at the application. 2024 for 24, right?
Yeah, on the bottom of the proposed plans, you'll see a small streetscape.
Okay.
So my only questions really would go to if they can tell me a little bit more about the height of this building as it relates to the ones around it.
Okay. I just want to kind of register it in my, okay.
So you want to strip separate streetscape plan?
No, the
There's-
streetscape plan has been provided, but based on what Vice Chair Shibetas, and this is a semi-detached building, so
Oh.
there is another, so the semi-detached building is
Connection.
at a street wall height of 21 foot, where the applicant is proposing 32 foot 11, and the tallest building on that block is 28 foot 8 inches. That's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
I think it's a permitted height, so but generally the board has not made much of an issue as long as it is within the permitted building height and perimeter height. And
I certainly agree with that.
Okay.
I'd just like a better understanding of.
sure, fair question. Okay, so applicant, please do clarify that. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So as the floor area ratio study and the rear yard study suggests that there are other homes on the block and within the 400-foot radius that are as large with as shallow a rear yard as this, I'm not objecting to this project. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I believe you asked about the existing perimeter wall height. I believe the existing perimeter wall height is 21 feet and 5 inches, which is equal to the existing total height of the building. I've seen that in the statement of facts, and I also looked at the drawings. The only comment I have is the haven't addressed violations. So if there is any violation, please indicate that in the statement. Other than that, I'm satisfied with the application. Thank you.
Could you repeat that, Commissioner Shetta?
You did not see what? The last part.
The violations, they haven't addressed the violations, if any, in the statement of facts. So if there is any violation, please do so. If not, indicate it in the statement.
Okay.
Other than that, I'm satisfied with the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. The one question I had is that these semi-detached houses require, I think, one parking spot each. And
Do require what? One or?
parking spot.
one parking
Right.
spot per house. And based on at least the zoning analysis that they provided and the proposal, I'm just gonna share my screen so we're all looking at it. Proposes an outdoor staircase in the existing driveway that would cut the ability to drive the length of the driveway short. So you'd it really just shows this one parking space. And I went to the site and I also looked at the drawings, and the existing adjacent building to the east is would also, I think, need a parking space. And if there's a driveway easement or some sort of agreement for where your neighbor is parking, because I believe the driveway is meant to be shared as a parking space, or at least the original intent is that they'd be shared so that each house would have a parking space in tandem.
Okay.
So if you could clarify, if there is a driveway easement with your neighbor and where everyone is parking. And then, just a typo on the statement of facts at the front yard, at the second floor will be 20 feet, but the drawings consistently show that we'll be matching the existing condition, which is 18'6". So if you could clarify and confirm if that is true. That was all I had on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, I actually, do we have an existing plan that shows if this staircase is an existing one?
Yes, the existing plan does not show it, and it did not appear to exist when I went to the site.
Okay. Good catch.
Ready?
Yeah.
Final case, item number 29, 2024, 28 BZ, 267 Amherst Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. Committee board has approved this application. This is also an application for an enlargement of an existing single-family detached home pursuant to ZR 73-622, located at the subject site in Community District 15, R31 zoning district. The applicant is seeking a waiver of FAR, lot coverage, side yard, and rear yard. This is an interior lot with a 40-foot frontage. In the survey, I noticed some, and I think in the statement also, there was reference to easement. So I want the applicant to confirm if the utility easement shown on the plan is part of the lot area or not. Then my biggest question is with regards to the flood zone. So based on the submissions made, based on the flood map attached to the plan, the site is in a flood zone AE, flood zone 12 elevation NAVD. Now, the FEMA map that was provided, there was another FEMA map that was provided, which shows that the site is in zone X. So there is inconsistency, and I want the applicant to confirm it. I'm assuming it's in AE flood zone because all the proposal is based on that. Assuming that it is in the flood zone, the applicant needs to add a note to the plan that BSA is not waiving any of the underlying flood regulations, and all the heights need to be indicated based on NAVD 88. And the existing building is located below the AE flood zone, and the proposed enlargement will be located above the flood zone at an elevation of 17.6 feet. So the plan note states that the existing floorings will be removed and reinstalled at new elevation. I think at this point, I would say it is for really DOB to determine if the removal and reinstallation of existing flooring is considered a substantial construction or not. Also, clarify what flooring is referred to. Is it just the floorboards or floor joists? Because that does come towards the retention of existing walls and demolition. Perimeter walls and joists. The floor area chart on Z101 shows 003 attic floor area totaling 1571 square foot, and I think there's another plan that says it's 1,500 square foot. 1,005 square foot. So it needs to be clarified. In the attic plan and section, indicate the area and the floor to ceiling height that is not being counted towards floor area. So with regards to the retention of existing perimeter and the wall joists, the applicant will be retaining 60% of the perimeter wall and 50% of the joist. And in the second floor, 26%. Now, the retention of the exterior wall on the second floor is less than 50%. However, based on the second floor plan, what I would say is that is because the existing building is being raised to meet the design flood elevation, and part of the current first floor will be counted as cellars. So over 50%, and in that case, the first floor, over 50% of it is being retained as existing first floor. So I think in this instance, having a second floor retention being less than 50% is acceptable, because second floor is going to become the first floor, and all the enlargement will be on the first floor. So I'm okay with that. With regards to the findings, please correct the FAR comparison study map, because it shows the existing building at 0.49 FAR when it is 0.69. With regards to the rear yard study, the rear yard depth on the social block is less than 30 foot deep, and the applicant is proposing to maintain the existing 27-foot depth. So I think what is being proposed is very reasonable, and it is within the context, but those corrections and clarifications do need to be made. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I did also find this to be a reasonable ask, and I do agree with your statement with regard to the second floor being treated as a first floor as it relates to the amount of area being saved. I have no further comments, and I look forward to hearing what the response is to yours.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree that this is a reasonable ask and I have no question.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, sir. Chair. I do agree that ask is very reasonable, and I don't have any like comments with respect to the merits of the application. The only thing is the FEMA map. I did look at the FEMA website, and I believe they need to take another look, probably more looks at what they are saying in their application. I'm looking at the FEMA like website right now, and the only map I see indicate that the site is in Zone X, and it says data refreshed June 2024. So I'm not sure if what they submitted, the FEMA map they submitted is two parts. I believe one of them is the one to the right hand side is maybe the older version. Maybe the one to the left is the like the more updated one. One more thing is that when you zoom in, I can actually share my screen to show it's not legible. You cannot see the give me 1 second. Yeah, this is the map, and when I tried to like what date, so can read the text, it's not legible. So please redo the FEMA map and make sure that what you are proposing is the right thing, whether it's a Zone X or AE, and if it's an AE, yes, add the typical BSA notes to the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Someone is there.
Oh,
Is that Flatnick?
someone.
This is review session.
Oh, so this is a review session, during public hearing. We will be taking comments from the applicants and, testimony from those who want to participate. So this is
Yes.
just for the board.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. The only comment I had is that the proposed site plan on A100 actually just reflects the existing. And so please include a proposed site plan in your resubmission. Otherwise, I had no comments on this application.
They made a submission, I think on
On
one,
9.6 with existing,
yeah,
but their proposed, let me just pull it up so we're looking at it. Let's see. So the existing submission is for the existing, but what I'm saying is that the proposed site plan in the prior submission shows an existing two-story and attic
oh, okay, that is
with,
confusing.
yeah, which is confusing. So
Yeah.
please provide an actual proposed site plan to include in the set.
Yeah, I think I had a little bit of problem when I was initially reviewing it because I did not see an existing plan and I was kind of, the existing and the proposed were all superimposed one over the other, and trying to differentiate what is existing, what is proposed, and where the changes are happening was difficult. So I mean, the existing plan that was submitted was not really the best. It was still kind of using, it was doing the positive, negative of the thing. So I think everybody's waiting for this text to go away and not have to provide any additional information, and that practice is beginning, but we need to understand these cases before we can, until you don't have to come to us.
Right. I had nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Okay, that's it.
So, Mr. Falak, please put your hand down. But this concludes the public review, this concludes the review session. We're resumed for the public hearing.
15? Okay. We'll give 15 minutes break for the applicants team to get together, and we will start at, it's 11:30, we'll start at 11:45. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay.
I can't pull his hand down.
Live we're streaming. Ms. Martinez, so we proceed with the DSL public hearing for today.
Okay. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Public Hearing for September 10th, 2024. We'll begin with the zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 21, 2019-256 BZ, 1508 Avenue Z, Brooklyn.
Hey,
Amanda Iannotti.
BC. Yes, I see Amanda Anades is. Oh. that's all right.
Kevin Williams. Anyone else, Ms. Iannotti, between you and Mr.
Good
Williams?
morning. I think just me and Kevin today.
Okay.
So Samuel Flack is not part of your team, right?
No,
We turned his hand up.
Okay.
Okay, raise your, where's Kevin? Oh. Aye, raise your hand. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond on the city board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good morning, Amanda Iannotti on behalf of the applicant, joined by Kevin Williams from GZA. We heard the board's comments at the executive review session. I don't believe there's anything for us to respond to, but we are here if there's any further questions, and we do understand that seeker is still outstanding.
And Amanda, I wanted to just add to Commissioner Shetta's final note. We absolutely acknowledge this and discuss it at length with Structural Engineering Technologies, and we will make sure that your sage advice is regarded through the construction and the engineering process.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you.
Go to the public.
So the case that we're currently discussing is 2019-256 BZ, 1508 Avenue Z, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment, please dial 669-254-5252. You will enter the webinar ID number 1603030024 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, excuse me, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press.
You're okay?
Oh, something's in my throat. You'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Ooh,
Are you okay?
yeah, I don't know what that is.
Okay, waiting for people.
So you can't close this, it's continued.
No, we can. It's only secret. We can close it, but we'll keep. it.
Oh, sorry, yes, sorry. It's cold. Turn that air conditioner on. I have it, but thank you. You're a
Thank
doll.
you so much.
She's so sweet.
Okay, Ms. Benke, can you give us some update on the secret part of it? What are the elements that are needed?
Have an open noise review that was sent, the last response was sent to DEP on August 23rd. So that was fairly recently. We also sent the latest response to DOT on the 23rd. We have closed items for shadows, LPC, hazmat, and air quality. However, I just need confirmation and a memo stating that these sign-offs still stand based on the new configuration.
Tracy, I'm sorry, if I may ask a question. Tracy, there's an outstanding comment related to MTA and the movement of the bus stop. We've tried multiple times to reach out to MTA directly. I don't know if you or staff can help to facilitate that, but we can follow up after the hearing because I think that might be one loose item that we have not been able to resolve.
Sure.
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, the foundation set and the SOE set / underpinning submitted to us. We based our analysis on them. However, I haven't seen that they were approved by TA. I just want to say that moving forward with this application doesn't mean that we're approving or denying these drawings, but the applicant need to get TA approval before moving forward. This is one of the very crucial approvals that need to be done before starting the SOE / foundation with this project. So I just wanted to put this on the record.
We add that to the resolution, Commissioner Sheta, as a contingency of moving forward. Right, we have restarted that process again, reached out to Mohammed and resubmitted all the drawings and are just waiting for their review to complete. But we know that has to be done in order to build.
So you're in the process with
Yes.
them already?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. I understand they are very busy. Yes.
Thank you.
I don't think we need to put in the resolution. It's a code requirement and that it's
Right.
a TA requirement as well. I just wanted to put in the record. So, and it's up to the board if they want to put in the resolution. I'm fine with that. Thank you.
So, William, how long typically does it take?
90 to 120 days, probably. It's been through their review already. I mean, it generally doesn't, the review itself doesn't take that long, but as Commissioner Sheta indicated, their queue is deep. But I do believe, and I was going to say this, Commissioner Sheta, to your, in a sincere credit, you made this a better project. I believe the end result is very compliant with the deed restriction that was placed by MTA that came out of the blue, so you had great foresight and understanding of that circumstance to avoid disturbing the retaining wall. And I believe, from a review standpoint, this will be much cleaner, going through them at this point.
Good luck with them.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Sheta. Okay, no one called in?
No raise the hands or called in.
Okay, so since the findings of 7221 were met, I'm going to suggest that we close, but keep the record open for the SECRA sign off. And if any changes or any conditions are placed, those would need to be reflected on the plans accordingly. If that's acceptable to all, I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta, Vice Chair Sheta. Shibeta.
There we are. Aye,
Sorry, Vice.
for all three of us.
Yes.
That's an outsized vote.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
Item-
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all and to staff on this, really
Yeah,
very
thank
much
you all
appreciated the board's
for all
effort.
your guidance and the staff. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We try.
Item number 22, 2023, 26 BZ, 3002 Farragut Road, Brooklyn.
Okay.
Elise
I
Fullader.
see her hand is raised. I'm going to let her in as a panelist. Okay. I did.
Hi, I told everyone that no one else needed to join, so just me.
Raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions.
I do. Thank you very much.
State your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. Thank you so much for your comments. I asked the EAS consultant about where we are with the phase 2 analysis, and she said that the soil vapor, and groundwater levels are very low. We are currently preparing the investigation report. Along with the investigation report, we will submit a soil management plan to New York City DEP. The soil management plan will discuss how to handle the soil during development. So we anticipate within the next 2 weeks or so that we can resubmit that so it can be reviewed by DEP.
Do they have a need for a vapor barrier? Did you say that?
I didn't say anything about a vapor barrier, and I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Soil vapor, oh, they said the soil vapor, and groundwater levels are very low.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Benke, do you have any other additional comments? I know you already stated that DEP is.
Yeah, I'll be sending, I have sent already, but there's one more edit to the EAS that needs to be made regarding air quality. So I will send that to you, Elise.
Thank you. And we're just looking to obviously get done with this project as soon as we can and get through this. We're working as fast as we can.
It's just an editorial comment. So.
Yeah. Well, not about that, but just
Oh.
with the phase 2, and even after the board agrees to a way forward, we understand that the EAS portion of this project can take a little while.
Yeah. Just actually, is the EAS portion? I just want to go through the findings. One of the elements of the findings, how does that affect our? Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay.
Chair?
Let Ms. Matthias read out the number, and then you can chime in after she has read out the number.
The case we're currently discussing is 2023-26 BZ 3002 Farragut Road, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. You will enter the webinar ID number 160-303-0024 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Yes, Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I hear Ms. Benke indicating that the testing is still in progress. That means that the environmental data is not on the table yet. So I wouldn't be rushing to close this. Just I would give it some time until the testing is concluded and submitted. And if this is done, then during the review course with the DEP, we can then close it. That's my input on this.
Phase 2 is necessary for us to not close it because the finding associated with the special permit really has no bearing in that way. As I read zoning resolution section 7344, the finding is that provided that the board finds that occupancy by ambulatory diagnostic or treatment facilities listed in use group 4 or use as parking category B1 is contemplated in good faith on the basis of evidence submitted by the applicant. In such case, the board shall require that the certificate of occupancy issued for the building within which such use is located shall state that no certificate shall and thereafter be issued if there's a change in use. So I'm trying to understand what is the bearing of that with the phase 2 report.
Maybe I misread it. If there is no bearing on the environmental data, then that's fine.
Okay.
But if there is, I would say that the data is not on the table yet, and we should be waiting for the data. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
What is your concern? I just, would it change?
No.
the-
What I'm saying is if the findings are like dependent on the environmental outcome,
It is
we
not.
don't have info/data on the environmental side yet because they haven't done the testing.
Okay, all right.
If not, then we can close it and wait for the environmental portion to conclude. That's what I said.
Okay. All right, okay, thank you. All right, I was going to suggest that, if everybody's okay with it, I would like to, since the findings of the special permit has been met, except for the additional analysis with regards to the EAS, my recommendation will be to close it and to keep the record open. Yeah, motion to close, I'm sorry, thank you.
Chair Shanda,
Aye,
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
and if there is any change that would be required as part of the phase two, I don't know what that would be, but whatever it would be, and requires correction in the plans, those need to be reflected. You know that, Ms. Fuller.
Yeah, correct. So I guess my only question too is if it's closed right now, are you scheduled, do you have to wait until sign off to grant or you don't have to?
We
You
have,
do. Okay, because there's a lot of like back and forth that's.
practice has not changed. We
Okay.
do wait for this, for the sign off on the environmental documents for us to vote.
Okay, just thank you for the clarification so everybody knows.
Thank you.
Next one.
And we will schedule it for decision, once we know we are getting close to that. I don't want to keep deferring it unless we know it for sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, 2023-55 BZ 14920 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens. Are you the only one attending? Oh,
Andy, yeah.
and is Nicholas Bushimi, you part of you people?
Yes, correct.
Part of your
Okay, I've
team,
let them
sorry.
in. Yeah. I've let them in.
Okay, everyone raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. On behalf of the applicant, thank you so much. I think right now we just need to hear back, as we talked about, from DOT. If Andy and Nick want to add anything, they can.
No, just here in case the board has questions for us.
To remind me exactly what DOB has to review based on what has been submitted. They had concerns about the curb cut, right? The location of the curb cut.
Mhm.
Want me to take that, Elise?
Yeah,
So the last questions from the DOT, the last comments I should say we got were, they commented on the border between, they didn't like the plastic delineation on the property line between the sidewalk and the dispensers. So as you noticed, and we had replaced those, we're proposing the bollards now. And then they wanted a decision from the TA, which we got, that the TA wanted to leave the bus stop on Rockaway Boulevard between the two curb cuts. So that was the last comments from DOT. We just need to hear back from, I guess, their acknowledgement on what we proposing.
DOT's review, so they would change.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, it was that.
Sorry, what I meant, what I wanted to say is that based on now that we have the TA input, would that change any of DOT's assessment or review?
I think the only thing is if DOT accepts the TA's direction to leave the relocated bus stop between the two curb cuts, I think that's the only thing we would really need from them. The bollards, we gave them the bollards, what they requested, unless they have an issue with those. Otherwise, we're just waiting for their acknowledgement of the TA's decision.
Sorry, Ms. Penga? Yes. Go ahead.
Hi. And the board at the review session, you had asked for the DOT standards for bollards. So we found some standards and we contacted DOT and asked them if the guidelines are appropriate. So they'll get back to us. The fourth, you asked about the pipe bollards.
Right. Thank you. That is something that we want to look into and see if we can use it for all our projects. But thank you for reminding me, Mr. Stewart. I'm assuming the bollards that you're proposing meets all the DOT standards and guidelines.
Yeah, they should meet them. We place them in, we put the spacing wise, to account car doors that are opening next to it, but they should be compliant.
I would just add a note on the plan, just say that bollards to comply with DOT standards, since this was a DOT requirement.
Okay.
And didn't DOT have a concern with the turning radius of the maneuverability of especially the fuel truck? Has that been resolved or was that contingent on the bus stop?
No, so I think I'm sorry. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Their comment was about, I guess, the landscape there. They're trying to get it to extend it to the edge of the spades, but the fuel truck couldn't access it that way, which is why we had the striping. I think we discussed this before. We presented that on the previous comment, not the current one, and they didn't have any comments on our response. So, unless they brought something else up, I think they're okay with it from what we know.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, then let's go to the public. Feedback, but feedback. Do you hear bad feedback when Andrew was speaking? Didn't hear.
Yes.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. The case we are currently discussing is 2023-55 BZ 14920 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. You will enter the webinar ID number 160-303-0024 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. When you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if the Zoom room are ready, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the computer screen, your bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Oh, my videos. Shoot.
I have one off-topic item. I hear feedback, but for number 26, I would respectfully ask if you could take a lunch break before then so I can call the client.
Number 26.
The Union Turnpike?
Yeah, if just have a lunch break before then, if possible, so I can prepare for that hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
We can second call. Yeah, actually, that's not about it. Should we can call it at the end if that helps.
Either way works. I don't need more than a 15-minute conversation. It's just that I had a lot of cases in a row.
Sure, yes, you do have, we will call it at the end. How about that? We'll second call it. We'll give you more than 15 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
Nobody has raised their hand.
Wait, not done yet.
Not yet. No, that's what I'm saying. Just so far, I don't
There
think.
you go.
Okay. Okay, we need to keep the record open because DOT is a critical part and DOT's assessment is a critical part of the finding. So do coordinate, Ms. Fuller with, Ms. Benke and Tracy, regarding getting the necessary sign off, on recommendations from DOT. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. 2023-58 BZ, 19718 Hillside Avenue, Queens.
Okay. This would be Dale. I have just. Mr. Dale, is there anybody else from your team that is going to join in? Is Mr. Dale? Has he joined? Oh, I thought I did.
Mr. Dale? Is he having issues? Let me check my emails.
No, now he should be
There?
Yes, he's, the first time didn't work. Mr. Dale, is there anyone else from your team?
No, there's no one else today.
Okay,
Okay,
you always seem to go solo.
Well, I mean, I'd like to think that's because the consultants make excellent submissions.
Okay,
raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I did attend review session and heard the comments of the board. Speaking of consultants and submissions, I know we're still waiting on a DOT response, but the traffic consultant did submit that in early August. So we'll wait on the response and respond accordingly should there be any additional concerns raised by the Department of Transportation. The only other two items that were discussed is first, with respect to the renderings, I just wanted to note for you, Chair, that the actual plans show that the pylon sign will be within the lot boundaries. I did look at the renderings. I guess it looks like they're on the sidewalk, but I just wanted to note the renderings do say concept rendering for reference only. So I would just say that the plans show that the pylon sign is proposed to be within the lot boundaries, and we agree to any condition regarding same. I don't know if that helps alleviate any of the concerns you have, but we know it needs to be in the property is the core answer.
okay.
All right. And then the last thing is with respect to the community board, I believe I had sent this to Ms. Ebanks Chu, but just to update the board, we had appeared at multiple land use meetings and actually had sent responses to questions and email to the community board. There was a February meeting that was scheduled, and the community board actually asked us to do a separate mailing about the community board's full board meeting, and we did do that to all the residents. And unfortunately, it wasn't able to proceed to a vote at that meeting. There was a subsequent meeting, I believe in April, that was then scheduled, and unfortunately, we had a conflict with multiple other community boards, but we again answered questions from the community board, and it was my understanding that they were going to vote in absentia because we had responded to questions. I don't know what the status is. Prior to the last hearing, I had reached out, but I believe they were in summer recess and didn't respond. So in brief, we provided all notice. We did a mailing for the community board. We tried to answer all of their questions. I don't know what the status is, but we believe that we've been responsive and addressed all things and satisfied all requirements with respect to community board notification and meetings. And other than that, I believe those were the only questions that were raised.
Let's go to the public then.
The case we're currently discussing is 2023-58 BZ 19718 Hillside Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. You will enter the webinar ID number 160-303-0024 and the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay, so far I don't see anybody's hands being raised.
But it must be in the emails.
Somebody's audio is on. Please put it in silent mode if you're not responding to any comments or questions. Okay, while we're waiting for people to call in, I just want to let you know, Mr. Dale. Oh,
There you go.
oh, nobody called
No
in. but-
call-ins, no hands up.
Yeah, so we do need the community board's vote on it. Our office will reach out. I cannot close this application, but because we do need the DOT review and completion of DOT's review and comment. So we will have to schedule it for continued hearing.
Understood. That noted, since it's been about 5 weeks since the DOT submission was made and based on DOT's pattern of response, if there's anything that can be done to schedule this for the next available hearing, it would be greatly appreciated.
We will keep that in our mind. The reason is I do not want to schedule something and have to defer it. I would prefer it if once we know approximately when DOT will be, if we schedule it around then, that would be best. And if any of DOT's recommendations require any changes to the plan, those would need to be done. So I think I want to give your team also enough time to respond to those comments, whether that is correcting the drawings or findings and statements.
Understood. I would just, if anything, be understood, but just know that the team would be very efficient in any response if one was required.
Noted. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Again, just to remind everybody that the Brighton has been withdrawn.
Yeah. Item number 25, 2024-02 BZ 56 Brighton, 11th Street, Brooklyn. This case has been withdrawn by the applicant at the request of the applicant and approved by the board. New cases, item number 26, 2024-18 BZ 158-05 Union Turnpike, Queens. We are going to second call this case. The next item is item number 27, 2024-22 BZ 1780 Grand Concourse, the Bronx. Mr. Alicia right here.
Okay, that would be, yes, I see Jessica.
Jessica Chorus.
I do see. I don't see anyone else from Ackerman team. Oh, Lisa Arantia. Oops, what happened? Lisa Arantia. Who else?
I missed Chorus. Was Miss Orantia?
Yes,
she's not in yet.
I just let Ms. Arantia.
Ms. Arantia, anyone else from your team besides you and Ms. Corus? Ms. Arantia?
Can you hear us, Ms. Arantia? Ms. Arantia, can you hear us?
She can hear us.
Uh,
Ms. Corus, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
okay,
Mm. So is it only you two that are,
Yeah, I believe so.
okay, Ms. Arantia needs to be able to hear us. Hmm.
Hi, sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So there's no one else besides you and Ms. Arantia and Ms. Corus?
That's right.
Okay, so raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
State your name for the record and proceed to respond to comments at review session.
Lisa Orantia, Ackerman LLP, on behalf of the applicant. We attended the executive session this morning and heard comments regarding clarifications needed in the statement of facts and drawings. I heard that you'd like to see more information from the VDA report concerning the elevators serving different populations on the floors in order to bolster the hardship argument, to discuss the floors served by each elevator under the as of right and proposed, provide clarity describing the grade difference, to address the inconsistency in the statement of facts as to the size of the enlargement, and to address violations.
Yeah.
And I'll turn it over to Jessica Corus now to address Commissioner Otley Brown's comments on the financial analysis.
Thanks, Lisa. Hi, good afternoon. This is Jessica Corus from Corus Consulting here on behalf of the applicant. I did listen to the video and do appreciate the time and effort and thought that went into reviewing this. And as with every application, I do my best to provide you with a holistic, realistic, and attempt to provide you with true financials. So if this missed the mark, I will be resubmitting to match the revisions that you mentioned. Just to confirm, the acquisition cost is going to change. It's going to be the vacant land plus a depreciated building cost. The base construction costs, I did hear a concern about the price per square foot. And on our in-between call, we did discuss that. And I'll put more in writing, but I just wanted to give you something for thought that this is a small addition with an intense, condensed mechanical system all put into a very small footprint. Typically, the cost can be spread out over a larger floor plate. Some of it's just carpet. Here, we're putting all the building, most expensive things in a building into one small area. So I'll refine that, put it in writing back to you. So the next point, soft costs are going to be driven as things change there. I just want to give you a heads up. Some of those line items will change. Market rate comparables have been submitted for retail, office, community facility, monthly and hourly parking. Those will not change. I have no intention of revising things that have been previously submitted that were acceptable to you. Excuse me, go on.
Yeah, just what I want you to do is use those comparables to configure your income tables. Don't deviate from them because you're adjusting them and then you're abandoning them.
loud and clear. I will be using those market rate comparables that were submitted. Might even reorganize how, we were focused on tenancy since they were existing, and I'll just focus on a more generic use even. All right, I like that.
Because you have a pretty simple case to make. That's all I'm saying.
Understood.
You don't
Yeah.
have to complicate it.
I don't want to complicate things. I want to just provide you with the most accurate information. So I'm gonna double check that with the square footages with the architects so that I heard the comment about the logical progression from existing to as of right to proposed. I have a chart of a side-by-side comparison of the square footages. So of existing as of right proposed, just as a worksheet for me, and I'll make sure that that makes it in so that it's helpful for you. I also heard about the parking spaces. The building owner will be providing us with the certificate of occupancy for what's allowed there, so that'll match. And we'll provide a line item for parking income based off of the number of parking spaces, both hourly and monthly, because there's monthly workers renting and then visitors coming to in and out. Finally, this will be assembled in a full revised economic analysis report with a lovely introductory cover letter, just hitting some of the high points, making sure that in your record, you know why it's changing. Hope I got everything. It seems like a lot, but I really think that this round 2 is gonna knock that B finding out of the park.
Okay. Sounds like you got it.
Great, thank you so much.
Wonderful. Good. Yeah, and so based on the revised financing, the statement of fact, the B and the E also will need to be adjusted. And this is for Ms. Orantia. When you're revising the statement of facts, I think as Commissioner Sheta and I were saying, you have a lot of material in that in that elevator report. You can just extract from that, and that can help you beef up your argument for the obsolescence and the hardship. And the reason I mentioned the table, because for me, when I was trying to read the text, I was not able to get where these elevators are lining up with all the floors. So when I looked at the floor plan, it was easy. And so that's why I suggested a tabulated one, just to kind of help you build up your argument as to how, given the total volume of the floor space and the number of elevators that it can access and the limited location, you can just kind of add to your, it can help build up your argument.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for the team? All right, let's then go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2024-22 BZ 1780 Grand Concourse of the Bronx. If you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. You will enter the webinar ID number 160-303-0024 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you are calling on the phone. And if in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
So while we are waiting for public to call in, how much time would you need to make these corrections?
Well, we'd like to be back on calendar if possible for October 21, 22.
Okay. Let me just look at the calendar. No, load.
submission date would be October 3rd.
We can do that.
Okay, Ms. Otley Brown, since it's all finance related, you'll be okay with it? Because I see there are two possible cases with finance.
I should be fine.
Okay.
Do I have 2 weeks? Right? 2 weeks in between hearings, so,
Right.
yeah, with 2 weeks, that's enough.
Yeah, this is October 21st and the next here
I think it's a
is.
3-week.
Yeah,
with-
3
you have
weeks,
3
that's-
weeks.
That's plenty of time.
Okay, all right. October submission, that means, for the October 21st, 22nd, submission is October 3rd.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you very much.
No one raised a hand, no one called him.
Yeah.
Continue this. Next item is 2824, sorry, 2824, item number 28. Calendar number is 2024-24 BZ, 1224 Avenue V, Brooklyn. Sorry.
This would be Ms.
Lear Altman.
Altman. Yep, there she is. Ms. Altman should be in our panel now. Yes, she is.
Good afternoon, Ms. Altman. Is there anyone participating with you?
No, just me today.
Okay, good to see you. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? And to respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Lear Altman from the office of Lear Altman. I did attend your review session today and I heard your comments. To begin, there was a question regarding the existing perimeter wall height. Commissioner Sheta, you are correct. The existing perimeter wall height matches the total height, which is 21 foot 5 inches. Regarding the FAR study, there is an error regarding the existing FAR. We will have it corrected to say 0.68, which matches the remainder of the documents. Violations, according to BIS, there are no open violations, or actually no violations on the site at all. Regarding parking, Commissioner Yoon, you are correct. We were already working on modifying the plans, and coincidentally, I received them at 10:20 this morning, eliminating that exterior stairway so that there will be access to park in the rear yard, as is required. Regarding the front yard on the second floor, the 20-foot dimension, which is in my documents, is correct. It was correct on most pages of the plans. Where the error was on the second page where it shows 18.6. That's because although there is a bay window, they inadvertently labeled the bay window as the front yard, not the building. It is not a walkout bay, therefore it doesn't protrude into the front yard. I'm having them correct the label on the second floor plan to say that it's the dimension to the bay window, not the front yard dimension on the second floor. I believe that would respond to that problem.
That's a permitted obstruction in the rear yard.
If
Okay,
it's a bay, in the front yard, if it's a bay window, yes. If it's a bay, no. This is a bay window, not a walkout bay.
understood. Thank you for the clarification. I did see it on some sections and elevations, I think. So if you could just make sure they comb through it all.
I'll make sure that it says bay window very clearly, but I know that it does on my paper show 20 feet and on the floor plan, on the plot plan, it shows that. And last but not least, Vice Chair Shibeta, your comment was a little more complicated. What I did was I looked at all of the heights on the block. I was able to pull all of them while we were on break. And what I can tell you is that if you look at view 3 of our photos, you will just see to the right the building 1214 Avenue V. And 1214 Avenue V, according to the tax maps, has a height of 31.32 feet. And immediately to the right of that, which unfortunately is not in our photographs, is 1212, which according to the tax maps has a height of 31.87 feet.
Thank you.
I believe that's what you were looking for other heights that were above 30 feet and more similar to our proposed height. And I believe that responded to all comments.
So just so I understand, you that, are
I
you,
apologize, I'm just getting over something. made it so far. That's off.
Just get some water. Get some,
I've been. Sorry about that.
you're okay?
I'm fine. We're in day 7 already. I'm okay. It's a long week.
Just so with regards to the staircase, that staircase that's in the side yard, it's going to be eliminated,
Gone.
gone.
It's already gone.
Okay. Done. So the plans will have to be revised accordingly. Oh, boy.
Correct. I received the revised plans at 10:20 this morning, but we're going to revise them again to make sure that that bay window is clear.
All right. Okay. Oh my God. Let's just, are there any questions or if there are no comments, let's go to the public for now. And Ms. Altman, drink a lot of water.
Juice.
The case, oh, go to the public, Jella. She's not there?
Let's go to the public.
Let me change the. Okay. The case that we're currently discussing. I screwed myself. The case that we're currently discussing is 2024 BZ, 1224 Avenue B, Avenue V, Brooklyn, a lot of 24s. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. You will enter the webinar ID number 160-303-0024 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you are calling in on the phone. If you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. Are you okay, Ms. Altman?
I'm fine. I just wish my daughter shared a little less.
School year.
We actually got this before the school year.
That's called love.
Delightful. Love me a little less.
How much time will you need to make these corrections and submit the revised plan?
These are easy corrections. The hardest one is going to be modifying the FAR study, and I'm sure Ian can do that rapidly. And I didn't mention, by the way, Commissioner Shetta, you would ask me to add the violation statement to my statement. I'll be happy to add that there are no violations in my statement as well. But all of these changes are relatively quick. We could submit in a week or two.
Raise an hand.
Okay. We will try to, what is the submission date for September? Okay, the submission date for September 30th hearing is September 12th.
You know what? September 30th, I am actually not available. I'm on a flight at the exact time of your hearing.
Okay, so then it's October 21st, 22nd.
Submission date is October 3rd.
Okay, we have to keep it open because we need to see the revised plan, especially the deed that you're talking about, parking and all of the revisions and the FAR study accordingly.
Not a problem. So submission 1023, continued hearing 1021.
Yeah.
/22.
Yes.
Third.
Submission date is October 3rd.
Correct.
For October 21st, 22nd.
Perfect. That's what I have written.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Feel better.
Feel better.
Thank you very much.
Item number 29, 2024-28 BZ, 267 Amherst Street, Brooklyn.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you have anyone?
Wait, I need other people.
Yeah, is that Andrew or Joe? Oh,
Joel and there's a Dimitri that might be on as well.
I don't see Dimitri.
Told him to join. He doesn't really need to say anything, so if he comes up.
Under Lodowski? Is that?
No.
No, he's not one of, he's
No,
not.
I don't see anyone else. By,
Okay, Joel is fine because we can address the comments with just Joel.
Okay, Mr. Mealy?
We're good.
Okay, raise your right hands. Your lighting is not that great, Mr. Mealy. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Joe. It's okay. Unmute though. You're muted.
Yep, got it.
Mr. Mealy, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Thank you. So would it be helpful to share the plans while we do this, or does it?
yes.
Apologies. Go. Okay. Share. Share. Everyone can see that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So first, I guess I will address the flood zone. We can clarify that, but there is a note here. If you see the flood resistant design requirements, the site is located in an AE high risk flood zone. And what's a little confusing is it did change from 2007 to the 2015 preliminary map, but we can add this note to every page or a different note that you want to see.
Okay, great. That would be good.
Is this note okay if we just put that on all the pages?
Yes, you can put that note in all the other notes.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. Sorry. I'm not good at memorizing all the comments. I have to look back at my notes. So the utility easement, it is deeded to us. So it is part of our lot area because we own it. And it was counted as part of that.
So just indicate that in the plan because it wasn't clear.
Okay.
Because it needs to, I'm assuming as part of a utility easement, it needs to be free and clear of any structure.
And doesn't that raise your lot size to 4,160? You have
Oh, yeah,
the
that's a good
40 by
question.
4?
I believe that they are on, so I don't know, Joel, we can put it, but I believe they're like counted as two separate lots. But we can clarify that.
Yeah.
And we'll show that it's not obstructed. Okay, and then you had a comment about somewhere with 1,000 something square feet being inconsistent somewhere, and I didn't quite catch it.
Uh-huh. Where was it? So the floor area chart on Z101.
Yeah.
It's regarding the attic floor area, and the attic floor area is totaling out to be different. I think it's oh, right. It says 1,571 square foot and minus attic totals to 10,005. That's what I needed the clarification on that. There was something that said minus.
So I think what's confusing is what happens, the floor designations change because there's no cellar anymore. And I tried to make the chart make sense. There's a new attic. It's not the same as the old attic. It's at a different level. So the attic, the new attic is 1,005 square feet and there are no deductions. Just read the last line. Attic, 0 1,005 square feet, no deduction, 1,005 square feet. The old attic is the floor below it, which is now the third floor.
The attic is now the third floor, and so what is the, I'm still confused. What is then minus attic?
No, there was no floor there before. That's what the floor was called before. So it's a dash. It's not a minus attic. So the chart shows what the floor was for building code purposes, what the floor is for zoning floor area purposes.
And see, he did it with the cellar too. So the cellar has a dash and then a little,
Because there is no cellar anymore.
yeah.
So the first floor,
You said is your first floor.
the floors have two designations because of the discrepancy between definitions.
Is that clear to you, Commissioner Yoon?
Yeah. I think, yeah, the retention thing is tricky because the new flood regulations require that you raise everything up. So it becomes, yeah, I understand what they're saying.
Okay, as long as our architect, commissioner, recognizes it, understands it, I'm okay with it.
The FAR study, I saw the 0.49, we will update that to show the 0.69 that's shown on everything else for the existing. And then you referred to a comparison study that was inconsistent. Can you remind me where that is located? Sorry, there's different sheets.
Comparison study?
You had two more comments I have. One was about the rear yard study and a comparison, and maybe I'm missing something. I have to rewatch the notes, but I just don't want to miss anything. I feel like there were two more studies that I had to update something.
So Autumn said that the FAR comparison study map shows that the existing site is 0.9 FAR when it is 0.69, so need to be consistent. That's
That
all.
I found, so.
Okay. The other one was the rear yard. And in that, I said everything, the proposed depth would be less than the context, so, no. So
Oh.
this, okay, this is where I misstated, I think. The rear yard depth I was okay with.
Yeah.
However, in this case, the block front has a very uniform front yard depth. And the proposed depth would be less than the context, so I wanted a study of the front yard depth.
Oh, so you want an additional front yard study?
Yeah.
Okay. And then last I have that just to be that this is because we're showing existing over proposed, it was a little bit confusing and you wanted it to just say proposed and show the proposed.
Yeah, the whole purpose of showing the two side by side is to understand how the building is enlarging, and especially in this case, because of the flood zone. What is first is becoming cellar, what is second is becoming first. So I think it is very helpful to have those separately to clearly understand where the changes are happening. That's why the question was asked.
Okay, no problem. So I think that's all the comments.
And you said the proposed site plan, right?
Right, you'll need to, I think, revise the proposed site plan.
This is the proposed site plan that I'm showing.
This is the proposed site plan? Okay, but in that you need to show where the utility line is. If it is within the lot line, indicate the depth, width of that utility lot line. And, whatever the easement is to ensure that nothing is being built over.
Understood.
Yeah, just so you understand, when I
Yeah.
did these plans, it was my understanding that the utility, the 4 feet at the rear was not part of the zoning lot. So
Okay.
that's why I have 100 feet here.
Okay.
That's why I have 4,000 square foot of lot area, but I'll check. Maybe there was a deed done afterwards and it is in fact, one zoning lot or could be considered one zoning lot.
Okay, so in this, your lot area will increase from 4,000.
It may. I'm not certain at this point. I don't want to misspeak or say something that's not true. I will have to check whether or not he owns the back 4 feet and whether there's a new deed for 104 feet.
So you're saying this drawing is showing the proposed new construction?
Yes, and it's over, that's the outline, the heavy line, that's basically a rectangle. Proposed 3-story, right? And it also shows it's overlaid over the existing footprint of the house.
I see. So there's no, I guess it's because of lack of detail on the proposed, all you really see is the existing.
Yeah, because you don't see hatching on the proposed, correct? I could do a hatching, I guess. I tried to avoid doing that.
I guess. Because we're not seeing any of the roof or any of the
Roof lines.
we're just looking at a rectangle.
Yes,
Or-
you're not seeing, that's correct.
And that's why, yeah, it reads quite confusing because the priority of the drawing or graphic hierarchy makes it look like we're looking at the existing as the main focus and all the notation. So,
Okay, I can clear it up, so it, maybe I can lighten up the other hatches and put a roof line in so you can see the new building a lot better.
that would be great, yeah. If you could make that the first level that we're really looking at and maybe just a dash line for the footprint of the existing building.
Got it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Also, with regards to the attic, in the proposed attic plan, do indicate in shaded portion, the area that is not being counted towards the attic floor area.
All counted.
That's correct. Counted the entire attic, but I will, you want to see that on the floor plan.
Yeah, and right, hold on, I'm just going to the attic plan. There's the third floor and the attic. So yeah, in this attic floor plan, indicate the area that is just being counted towards the floor area or that is below the height of that, the prescribed height. That should not be counted towards the floor area. Indicate that, and in the section also indicate that. We
Yeah.
have done this before,
So there is no deduction at this floor, so I'll indicate it clearly.
Yeah, okay, so that's not very clear, so, and that's why I was getting confused with the. Okay, so indicate that clearly, no deduction.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? Should we move to the public hearing? Ms. Fullader, do you have any questions for us?
No, I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the public then.
I can't share the screen while.
Oh, because I'm sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
Here we go.
So the case we're currently discussing is 2024-28 BZ, 267 Amherst Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252, and you will enter the webinar ID number. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 160303-0024 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Ms. Fullader, how much time will need to make these corrections?
And that for whatever works for your schedule. I think we want to get this house built and done. So whatever is best for you guys is best for us. We can do it fast.
Aim for October, because the submission date for September is this week. I think October will give you enough time to get all the documents in place.
No problem. Do you have to see any more documents before you can close?
We need to see the revised site plans.
Flood map, correct flood map with notes, right?
No, but that's, hold on. That's,
I think it was an illegibility
It's, yeah, comments. It's mostly it is.
It's mostly clarifying items to show things that already exist more clearly.
Yeah, I'm just.
I would say the FEMA flood map is that the graphic part of it is readable, but the text portion is not legible. So I wouldn't consider it's a big deal. But the major thing is to clarify whether the one to the right is the old or the one to the left is the new, and they already did that during the public hearing today. So I don't think that FEMA flood map is a big issue.
Yeah. Yeah, just going through my notes and the drawings. I think a lot of the information that we asked for are just clarification. We did feel that the application, the ask is reasonable, and therefore I'm comfortable making a recommendation that we close it and keep the record open for you to make all the submissions in response to the discussions and the comments that were raised.
Thank you so much.
Okay, motion to close?
No, clock is overnight.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We were too fast.
Somebody has called in. I didn't see anybody's hands.
Yeah,
raised.
no one's still raising a hand yet.
I didn't see anybody's hands
Almost done.
raised.
Sheriff, if Jilla can forward the standard note language that BSA usually put in sites with flood to add it to the site plan and to the other plans, that would be helpful as well. The standard note that approval of this.
I think that's what Ms. Pollard shared in the first page, Z001.
I'm not sure if the language is identical to ours, but if not, then we need to put the standard language that we usually use.
Okay. We'll add, we can put that note as well as the one from the guidelines on every.
That's okay. That's okay. That's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Charlie Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. Okay,
Okay, and so final case, item
Ms.
number.
Pollard, you ready for your final?
I think we should go for it because he's my architect is or slash engineer. I should call him an engineer, is pulling up to his office now, but so we might have to re-swear him in, but he should be getting there now. But we also have a traffic engineer, so I think we should start, if you're cool with it, to start with the traffic engineer answering those questions, and then he can hop on. Or you can take a lunch break, whichever you prefer.
Second call, 2024-18BZ, 15805 Union Turnpike, Queens.
I think she would need to be sworn in separately.
Yeah.
Which is okay.
Yeah, we'll swear them in separately.
We'll,
Who is your other person, Ms.?
So I'm gonna have Josh Herman on it.
I don't see.
don't see.
Okay, I'll text him.
These other people. Well, John Daly is the fire department. Anyone else?
And then Tom Whitney, which he's the one who's supposed to be.
I don't see.
Them are in the room.
Okay, let's do one thing. If your team is not ready, maybe we do take a half an hour lunch break and then give your team time to respond, join you in half an hour.
Yeah, that sounds perfect because then I can make sure everybody can figure out how to get on the link.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you
We're
so
at
much for accommodating.
1:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, we resume at 1:30 to continue this hearing. Carlo? Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your patience. I apologize. We were having a small technical difficulty, so. Ms. Matias, we are live, we are strong. You may proceed with the last case.
Okay, this is the Board of back on the record for the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for September 10th, 2024. Jella, can you take that screen away? Thank you. Thanks. Okay, Ms. Fullader, who's with you?
I should have Tom Whitney,
Tom Whitney.
Josh Herman, and then calling in, I believe, is a Corey Bertram.
Who? Corey Bertram.
Mhm.
Okay.
I guess everybody unmute. I think Corey is somewhere where he can't do the video, but he can.
Here, but yeah, sorry, I was in transit.
So everybody's ready? Mr. Bertram, can you unmute, please? Okay, at least unmute. Yes. Okay, everyone raise your right hands. Mr. Bertram. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC. Thank you so much for your comments earlier. I'm just going to introduce everyone quick and then I'll share the plans and we can go through them. Josh is from Stonefield. He is our traffic engineer. Tom is our civil engineer who did the plans, and Corey is from Starbucks, just in case you want to hear about anything. He's a Starbucks representative. He understands the Starbucks process and operations. So we have him here just in case. So I will share the plans. Here we go. Okay, so I think the first and biggest question, I'm going to defer to Josh to talk a little bit about what we've already sent to DOT, what we may or may not be waiting for, and the queuing analysis.
Yes. Thank you, Elise, and good afternoon, members of the board. So in terms of the comment regarding the queue and the queue length and the queue storage on site, so we had conducted a queuing analysis that was submitted to New York City DOT that demonstrated that the queuing would not extend past the 14 vehicles. In fact, it would be shorter than that during peak times. So we had done that based on data collected at other Starbucks locations in the city, and that was, as I mentioned, submitted to DOT for their review as well. We've also we have gone through their most recent comment letter, and we've been working with DOT, and we provided a response to their most recent comment letter. And one of those comments included a question about MTA coordination regarding the bus stop. So we've been reaching out and coordinating with MTA, but have not heard back their feedback regarding the bus stops and the proximity of the driveways to the Parsons Boulevard bus stop. So that's something that is outstanding and that we're working to get clarity from MTA on.
Question for Mr. Herman.
Raise his hand.
We can't hear you.
I cannot hear.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
I can hear Josh, but not any of the commissioners.
Do you want to give them the call-in number? Maybe that might.
you can't hear commissioners?
Yeah, I can hear.
I'm able to hear the commissioners. Elise?
I'm able to hear Josh, and the commissioners keep having the problem.
Okay, but Mr. Herman, can you hear us?
Now I can. I couldn't hear you before.
Yeah.
The chair has a question for you.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Mr. Herman, you mentioned that you had submitted a queuing analysis to DOT, and based on that, the analysis showed that there wouldn't be any spillover beyond 14. My question wasn't that. My question was, as I'm looking at the site plan, there is only one curb cut that is providing entry to the driveway and also entry and exit from the accessory parking area. And the plan that was shown, showed, well, this is interesting. I thought the plan that I saw showed that the 14th car was actually kind of straddling the property line and the sidewalk. And so, or was kind of in the way of entry movement, was in the way of, if you do a maneuverable, God, this is what happens after lunch. If you try to say something, your tongue is so thick. So, you know, I felt that would it not, given the location of the curb cut, and how the 14th car is positioned, would it not be in conflict with vehicles entering the parking lot and exiting the parking lot? And that was my question, and that's why I was questioning the location of the 14 vehicles. Can you
Understood.
respond?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you for clarifying. So, so there is queue storage provided for 14 vehicles, and if the queue were to extend past the 14 vehicles, you are correct. That wouldn't, interfere and interact with the vehicles that are in the parking lot. However, based on the findings of our queuing analysis, the queues would not extend to 14 vehicles. It would be contained within that queue storage length. So a car that's entering the drive-through would clear the driveway and enter the queue storage area without blocking the entering and exit vehicles from the parking lot.
Right. Trying to enter and exit at the same time, would that, and the question is, what is the frequency of that, and would that be in any way affect, therefore, any spillover onto the sidewalk and causing any backup on Parsons Boulevard, and also affecting bus movements on Parsons Boulevard and people waiting for the bus stop near that curb cut? So that's why I was asking that question also.
Understood. And so the findings of our analyses indicate that no, the bus stop would not be blocked by entering and exiting. The sidewalk would not be blocked by the entering and exiting traffic as well.
And that is based on the volume of vehicles that will be entering and exiting with the max, during peak 14 vehicles in queue?
That's correct. We looked at the peak of the queuing analysis.
Okay.
Sure. Was the number at the peak 14? Sorry, I have to go back and look.
It was less than 14
What
during
was
peak.
the number? That's why I'm saying.
We are expecting 10 vehicles.
Okay, because we never said that. So just to say that we showed 14, but we were expecting 10. And Corey could speak on this, but 12 is the Starbucks standard. So we're trying to show that we could even have 2 more in line.
But it doesn't mean that 14 is not going to happen like at all.
It could happen, but it's not expected at peak is what I'm saying.
Yeah. If possible, can you show graphically, because I get the same feeling as well. If possible, can you show a vehicle that's exiting the accessory parking and a vehicle that's entering, and show graphically that you got enough space not to cause conflict between both of them? I believe that would be helpful.
I think in your statement, you should, because it's difficult to show it graphically as to what will be the peak volume that will be entering the drive-through and entering and exiting the accessory parking. So if you can provide that quantifiable in a statement format, that would be helpful with regards to that finding B.
Okay, no problem. Because then, we'll clarify that it was 10 as you said, I'll look into that and make sure, and then put that piece of the traffic analysis into the statement of facts.
Yeah, okay. I believe there is only, that stop sign is only a right turn only stop sign, right? On the one that's, closest to Union, the southernmost curb cut on Parson Boulevard. The sign that you have, that's only right turn, right? Or you? Yeah, so it's a right turn move, only. And not someone can cross through and go make a left on Parson.
Yeah, isn't there a barrier?
Yeah. There's no
don't-
barrier on Parsons. It's just a
Parson, there's
yellow
a
line. I believe Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's a right turn only exiting that driveway.
You'd have to, because there's a barrier.
Right.
Barrier on Parsons, but there's a
Yeah,
double
it's a double
yellow.
line.
There's a 2-lane double yellow, so they'll have to be right turn only egresses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. It needs to be, so that's a note you would need to add to the plan, and of course, DOT will have to weigh in on that.
Okay. I know that Corey has to drop off, and I don't know if he's still here, but I just wanted him, there was a Commissioner Sheta asked a question about the menu board and moving it, and I just wanted him to speak, if he's still here, for 2 seconds about why it's located in that location.
Sure.
Are you still here,
I
Corey?
think he dropped off. But I
No,
can
he's here.
I'm here. Just walking in. There I am. Yes, I believe that the question was around the placement of the menu board of the 7th car, which based on our new standards and goals of getting customers through the queue is a 3-minute order time. And so by the time with a window time of 30 seconds. So the idea is that you place your order at the 7th car from the pickup window, and then 3 minutes later, you were at the window for the goal is 30 seconds. And that cadence is what is meant to, with our current standards, keep the flow through of the drive-through, which is why we placed the menu board there.
And we do have a note about it having AVC, but it's in that specific location to move cars through the queuing. And I think that that could be helpful to add into our traffic analysis. And I just wanted you to understand how they've studied and it's placed in a very specific location.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Corey.
Absolutely, thank you. And while we're talking about the menu board placement, I just want to also note that while looking at this site and the existing, we were inheriting certain existing conditions here with an existing building, but we did choose also by following the Starbucks standard, there's the added benefit that the building it's closer to is the building without any residential windows abutting the property. So that does help as far as, you know, which side would it go on? If you move it closer to the north of the property, you'd start to affect those windows more of the property to the north. So, you know, we did feel that it meets their standards, but it also, you know, had that added placement seemed to be a better location in our opinion.
And if you see on note 4, it says the automatic volume control feature for the speakers shall be kept active at all times. So if that's not clear, we can add it in a different way.
Yeah, it was not. I tried looking through it, so please do add that to your notes.
Well,
And
it's on it is what I'm saying. So how do you want it done different?
Oh my God, you know what, some of these things are so small.
Yes, in the notes section.
Yeah.
I think note number 4, which says, I'm squinting. Automatic volume control feature for, it's testing my,
Or the speakers shall be kept.
okay,
There it goes.
okay.
So be kept active all
At all
times.
times.
Okay, just add that also to the note, and we can also make it part of the condition, just to be clear.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, and then I'm going back a little bit, but I just wanted Corey to answer that part. So sorry that we backtracked a little bit. I think part of the queuing analysis was why did we orient everything towards Parsons?
Yeah.
So Tom is here to help us understand that better.
So we've been doing several sites throughout New York City, and in addition to the 10 cars usually queued, DOT is asking us and Starbucks to try to provide more cars so to accommodate their peak, which is in line with Starbucks standards, so we're happy to do it. To do that, the original configuration had a curb cut on Union, and we were not able to, the existing configuration did not make that requirement that they want us to make. So by closing Union, we were able to extend the queue along the south property line to make the goal that DOT is setting for us, in addition to Starbucks standards, to get that longer queue to help keep cars off the street. So that was the reason for the orientation and keeping the two existing curb cuts on Parsons and closing the curb cut on Union.
So, okay, and that's why even having two curb cuts on Union and closing everything on Parsons wouldn't have worked, because you needed that extra length to fit in 14 cars.
Correct. And since the building has nearly a zero setback on Parsons, there's no way to bring the cars around that other side, the west side. They have to kind of go, to get any sort of queue, it really has to be, the window has to be where it more or less is existingly placed on the north side of the building.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Please do add that to your statement to support the finding. The question then that is, was that okay with DOT based on the volume of traffic on Parsons and the incremental volume that would be created as a result of everything being oriented Parsons? So that means vehicles from Union Turnpike will also be making a turn, which is not a pass-by vehicle anymore, which would be incremental counts.
I think that's
So that was, yeah, so that was included in our study that was submitted to DOT, and we haven't received comments or feedback from DOT on the latest submission. So but to date, our findings are, that there would not be an impact there with the increased traffic on Parsons Boulevard and the closure of the Union Turnpike curb cut.
You counted in Parsons, it's only the vehicles that have been passing by Parsons Boulevard, not passing by Union.
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit.
Sorry,
there.
with regards to pass-by vehicles, you're counting only the pass-by vehicles along Parsons Boulevard, not pass-by vehicles Parsons plus Union.
Right, pass-by vehicles would be from Parsons Boulevard, correct?
And we have received comments from DOT, right? But it's just because we've responded to them. They didn't comment on, or Jella can speak.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Jella's hand is up. Oh, okay. Yes, Ms. Prenga.
Oh, I just wanted to state, we do have a meeting scheduled for next week with DOT and this team next Thursday.
Okay, great.
And yeah, and we haven't also heard back, just to whatever, I'm just making sure that we're covering it, but we haven't heard back from the MTA either, which we need to hear back from, correct, Josh?
That's correct.
Yeah, so that's another factor.
MTA is regarding the relocation of the bus. What would be the need for MTA?
So none of the bus stops are proposed to be relocated, and the driveways on Parsons Boulevard are in the same location, but DOT in their last comment letter requested that we coordinate with the MTA to confirm that they don't have any comments on the location of the bus stop, the existing bus stop, and the existing curb cuts with this new proposed use. So we've been coordinating with MTA, and we have not heard back regarding their feedback yet.
Should I continue?
So clear, bus stop does not need to be relocated either on Parsons, definitely not on Union, right?
That's correct. None of the bus stops along the site frontage need to be relocated.
Okay. All right.
Continue or?
Moving on to the architectural comments, as Commissioner Yoon's site visit, it was very helpful. And please do submit your rear lot line photos. We were, Commissioner Yoon's photos, site photos helped us understand some of the existing site conditions, especially along the northern and eastern lot line. I think, given that there is a very 80% of that rear lot line is all solid brick wall, it would be best from an urban design and also from a noise, and I would say even lighting, that you provide an 8-foot high brick wall along where the gaps are, instead of providing a variation of a different variable material.
Tom, do you want to speak on that at all and what we're
Sure.
able to provide?
Along which property line are we talking about? The northern or
The
the?
northern and the eastern. So the eastern already has a building, 4-story building. It's that little remaining portion. I think where, and the northern, it's along the front where the parking area is of the building. And then towards the back, there is a gap between the next building and the rear yard.
Sure. Okay, so there's some existing masonry walls that exist there that belong to the neighboring property. And they have some, at least last time I was on the site, which wasn't in the greatest condition. There was some maybe plywood extensions to those to add additional privacy. What Starbucks was hoping to do is they were basically hoping to run fencing from the back corner of the 1-story brick building from the west corner straight out to the street to kind of shield it and give them some sort of visible control and mask out some of those conditions that maybe aren't, aesthetically pleasing. As far as building a masonry wall, it becomes a little difficult because the really tight condition over there. We have to have a curb there. We have the existing, there isn't much space between the drive-through lane and that property line. So that's why we chose to do fencing there. And even with fencing there, we had to do some modest planning because there's not room for, even without the fencing, there's really no room for large shrubs in that existing bed. So getting a footing in for a masonry wall will probably be very difficult and could, also might undermine the existing walls of the abutting property that are along that same property line. So that's why we chose what we did. But we're open to talking about it and seeing what we could do to come up with something that would work for you. On the eastern property line, to get larger shrubs in, we thought it was better to leave as much planting bed as possible since we have a large masonry wall with no penetrations in it there on the abutting building. We thought getting some green in there and using that space for that reason would, in our opinion, was the aesthetic choice to do. Instead of adding another element, just adding more planting and trying to keep it simple.
Can you
Again,
stop sharing for a second so I can just pull my photos back up?
sure.
Oh, hold on.
You know, about the reservoir spaces, the line as it goes along the northern lot line, is that 15.7 feet width, including the planting bed, or is it just the driveway area?
Looks like it's inclusive.
The way the arrow is drawn, it seems is 15 foot from the building to the property line.
Correct.
How much of it is the
15.7.
driveway? So how much of that is the driveway that the cars are on versus the little planting bed strip?
Sure. Let me find that dimension for you.
I think this all goes to show that the plan needs more dimension and clarity.
Okay. Typically the width of the aisle is 12, but I can get that dimension onto the plans for you. It's the existing width, which is why it probably wasn't dimensioned. But because we were trying to maintain as much. But in general, Starbucks tries to keep the lane width a minimum of 12, just so people aren't jumping the curb or having difficulties navigating. There's certain radiuses they use and lane widths to help facilitate good driving behavior, and to minimize any, people losing their way along the way. But
Are you proposing to maintain the existing planting wall there? Because it seems like you would have more than 1 foot as indicated somewhere. I think I saw 1 foot dimension on another plan. Are you going to rebuild the planters or are you keeping the existing?
I think the plan right now is to keep them and repair as needed. There's some areas where there's some, missing or, lackluster repair. You can see there's some areas where there's lesser quality pavers stuck in there. So they were planning to just repair it. There is a raised bed there. So there would be, that helps keep the plantings higher. So they were interested in trying to keep those raised beds for that reason. But again, the real reason is these 2 lower areas where the neighbor has these walls that you're showing here in your photograph, they were trying to use the fencing really just to shield that sort of that visual from their property and improve the overall aesthetics of the property. And that's why they were just doing fencing. They're trying to figure out what they can fit into that bed.
It's more than one. Put more plants along that planting bed to beautify the property, because even if you're gonna have a fence, unless that fence is high enough to even block out parts of that wall, it's gonna look so patched and cheaply done, kind of, even though you may be spending money on it. You may wanna, I don't know, it looks run down.
All right, I can go back to Starbucks, see if we can come up with some sort of different treatment here, see if they're open to taking the retaining wall down. That would be some additional regrading. So we just have to look at that to see, just make sure, my gut instinct is some of this grading might be created by the prior redevelopment. I don't think it's a hill, but we would have to just look into that to make sure these aren't, there aren't bigger issues to removing some of that. But I hear what you're saying. It is a tight condition, in tight inherited condition, and I'll see what we can do with Starbucks to come up with something to kind of simplify the detail.
The retaining wall for the planting, the raised planting?
Yeah, and that's what you were saying. If we could kind of get rid of some of the elements and maybe just add more planting.
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, the proposal is to put right now is a 6-foot high vinyl fence behind here that runs continuous from front to back, so that you have a one even aesthetic consistently across the northern lot line. Is that correct?
Correct. That's the intent.
And then the planting bed would stay as is.
Correct. That's the intent.
With some repairs.
With some repairs where needed. Yeah. And then obviously new plantings would be put in. But again, you said we understand it's a tight condition. So the size of those plantings would be, what can fit into that small bed.
Right. And
is it 6?
Some width in the leftover width in the overall dimension, potentially to move the planting and make it wider, to add more plantings and to make it a viable planting width. Because once you add a vinyl fence, there's not much left here to grow.
I agree. I'll talk with them to see if maybe we can limit the area of where the retaining wall is, and then see if we can maybe ungrade some of this, get rid of some of this grade and create a simpler detail for you. Again, I think the greater width that you're discussing, I think might be a good feel to the space, and maybe allow, like you said, better, larger landscaping, or at least something. So I definitely can look into that for you.
And if the retaining wall is going to be removed, my understanding is that the currently proposed fence is 6 feet tall from the top of the existing retaining wall. So if you got to remove it, probably it's going to be like 8 feet from the concrete pad that's existing, right?
If we remove the retaining wall, then the grade would be dropped, which would mean that the fence would be dropped. So yeah, we're getting less height than on that.
No, we don't want to drop the fence because the fence is meant to, like, for many things. One of them is like to block the noise from the cars that are driving very close. And we want to make sure that that fence is tall enough to block, not to allow the noise to like bridge over and like seep into the adjacent property. So if we can like keep the top of the fence as without change, meaning that if the retaining wall is removed, the fence will automatically be like 8 feet instead of 6 feet.
Okay, I can talk to the team about that. Right, I mean, ideally, if we could just replace these two panels that look terrible, we would, but they're not ours. So yeah, we're just trying to come up with something on our side of the property line to kind of create uniformity. But I think the ideas the board's presenting are really great options, and I will discuss them with Starbucks to figure out what we can do. Do you have any more input on the fencing itself?
Well, I take, yeah, the masonry was, I realize now that it's silly because it was obviously on the neighbor's property. So I do agree that it would consume way too much width. And so if everyone here is okay with going back to a residential quality vinyl fence that's consistent, then perhaps that's the better solution, both due to footings and due to the width of the fence. And we can get some sound attenuation from a vinyl fence as well. And then per Commissioner Shedd, I think it needs to be 8 feet tall from grade.
And then we can also, just to add, we can also put, we have a sign somewhere that says to keep radios down. We can also put one on that side too.
Yeah, I think that's kind of become standard for drive-through, so those need to be put pretty much in as many location as you can.
Yeah, they've got them located on throughout the.
Yeah, but we can just make sure one's on that side.
Yeah.
So I do have a question, whoever's sharing the, no, please do share the plan. If you go to the corner of the rear corner of the lot, what's happening on that section of the wall? Where the wall, where it's
here?
Yeah, so once you're past that tall 4-story building and where 126.55 is written, what's the height of the wall? Is it that?
It's part of the building back here.
Okay.
You can see this ground floor makes an L turn.
Okay.
And then this gap is in the north elevator.
Right, so what's happening in that gap? What is there right now? It seems to be some kind of a fence. And we would. Yeah.
I can speak to that. I've been on the site. So again, like in the front of the property, the neighboring property on Parsons has a masonry wall, and then they extended that wall with some plywood for more privacy, I guess. And the plywood is obviously, you can see in the photo, is not in great condition. So that was, again, one of the areas where that they wanted to kind of mask with the fencing, run it past it. And that was sort of going to be, they were going to keep it simple with this building next door that wraps the corner. It's a very beautiful building. The brick wall looks pretty great. So they weren't looking to really mask that. They wanted to keep the most landscape area near that building since it looks great. And just start the fencing at that gap there. And we can overlap it obviously a little bit so there's no space. But try to, limit the area of the fencing to maximize the ability to plant. And again, try to keep not overdo the elements of the landscaping where it, like, again, we don't want it to be crowded. We want it to look good, So, we're not going to be able to put a fence in that's as tall as that neighboring building. I mean, I guess we could, but I don't think the board would want a 12-foot fence there.
Clear as to what was happening there. So you will be proposing similar 8-foot high acoustical vinyl fence that would continue from the furthest end of that wall, which is touching the L-shaped turnaround, and continue that all the way to the front.
Correct. It'll be where that white and brown brick wall, where that wall ends, the fencing would start. Right, and we would go right to the street to kind of help mask those plywood conditions, right?
And I think to be consistent, you may want to pick some vinyl wall that is more of a white color, so there'd be more of a consistency, or a brick looking kind of finish. I don't know what are the ones, so that it matches.
Okay, we'll make sure we're clear on what. the finish will be.
But just something that kind of blends in with you have a pretty uniform rear lot line, so whatever way you can maintain that consistent appearance, that would be great.
Okay, we'll consider the context, both Starbucks and the abutting buildings when we choose that.
Should I move on to some more comments that were minor? We will show, per Commissioner Sheta, we are happy to show the uses next door, make that more clear on the plans. It's not a problem. Also, Commissioner Sheta discussed lighting shields on the north side, I believe. That's what we can provide that. That's not a big deal. I think that we were just showing lighting because it was commercial for safety purposes. I checked for violations. There are no open violations on the site. It says so in the statement of facts, but I can just put that on the record.
I have a question regarding drawing number Z009, which has the planting detail.
Sure.
And the planting detail as shown shows it like it's an in-ground planting, which it is not. So please revise that detail.
Okay.
Yeah, planting detail number 3.
And I guess that we can also revise the fence elevation if we choose something aesthetically that works.
Yeah,
better.
and show the depth of the soil and the width on these. And I know the width varies, but depth definitely needs to be minimum of something. And I noticed from the existing landscaping, along at the corner, rear corner, the landscaping depth increases. So it's great. It allows you to put taller trees there.
Okay, so you want less what are we calling, less general planning details. You want them a little more specific to certain areas of the building so you can understand the cross section.
Yeah.
Any other landscaping comments? Because I know there were different from different commissioners that were missing. We'll ask. No. Thanks.
I just want to note that Commissioner Sheta had to step out.
Okay, no problem. I think that addresses all the comments, though, if there's no more landscaping comments.
I just want to go through my notes and see if there's anything. Okay. Okay, yeah. Right. Any other questions or comments? Let's then go to the public. Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2024-18BZ for address of 15805 Union Turnpike, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. You will enter the webinar ID number 160-303-0024 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you are calling in on the phone. And if in the Zoom room already and wish to comment, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Okay. That's it. He's daily didn't respond to anything. So. Okay. She got 1 minute left, so. How much will it how much time will you need to make these corrections?
I think a big part of it is going to be timing with hearing back from DOT. So whatever time DOT needs, we don't need more.
All right, good question, a good answer. Okay, so we will coordinate, our BSA staff will reach out to you and coordinate.
Yeah. And hopefully on the call next week, they can hash out whatever has to be done.
Right, exactly. Okay. So this was our first 73-311 application. Yay. No? For Raising Cane's is first one? But
There
this
was,
is
they haven't decided yet.
Raising Cane has not decided.
I've decided.
Say yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for all of you, for all the participation. It is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much, one and all.